Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and welcome back to the continuation of this Central Committee meeting of Parliament, Central Committee meeting number 22. This Central Committee meeting that started on Monday deals with the draft ordinance establishing the budget for St. Maarten for the year 2025 as received from the government of St. Maarten. This meeting of the Central Committee of Parliament started out with a brief introduction by the Prime Minister, followed by an elucidation and presentation by the Minister of Finance regarding not only the budget before us, but also the reasons why we are dealing or we have to deal with a second budget 2025 for the country St. Maarten. Having put all of that forward during the beginning parts of this meeting, the ministers then came in to respond to questions posed by members of Parliament. That has been taken place throughout the last couple of days, and we now have the Minister of Finance here in Parliament. However, having responded to the questions regarding the Ministry of Finance, the Minister Marinka Gomes is here today to, in her capacity as acting for the Minister of Justice, is here to provide answers to the questions posed by members of Parliament for the Ministry of Justice. So, members of Parliament, welcome back after the break. And Minister, good afternoon and welcome to this meeting as I now give you the floor to provide answers asked of the Ministry of Justice, in whose absence of the Minister, in the absence of Minister Natalie Taklin, the Minister of Finance will provide the answers of that ministry. Minister Marinka Gomes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the honorable members of Parliament, persons in the Tribune, those listening on radio or social media platforms, my staff, and the staff of the Justice Ministry. Good afternoon and blessed day to all. In my capacity as Acting Minister of Justice, I'm here to respond to the questions posed by the honorable members of Parliament, starting with the UP faction, MP La Cruz. During previous budget debates, concerns were raised regarding the lengthy processing times for residency permits. Can the department explain the reasons for these extended delays? Additionally, given that there has been no notable increase in the budget allocation for staffing, can the department clarify whether staffing shortages are a legitimate reason for the backlog? Madam Chair, the delays in processing residency permits are due to a combination of factors. While limited staffing continues to affect overall capacity, we also acknowledge that the CRM automation system introduced in 2022 has not performed as intended and has contributed to the backlog. We are currently auditing the system and transitioning to purpose-built immigration software. In parallel, we are reviewing internal work processes to improve efficiency. While delays are sometimes caused by incomplete or invalid submission from applicants, we recognize that more proactive communication and better systems are needed to prevent such issues. Addressing this remains a priority for the ministry. Next question. I previously mentioned that a project related to the safety of Phillipsburg had been funded. I would like to clarify, once a government-funded project has been paid for, who holds responsibility for its execution? Specifically, I am referring to the project concerning the newer Hef Bowman in Phillipsburg. Has this project been reviewed or assessed? If so, could you please provide an update? Madam Chair, through you, this is currently being discussed with the Cabinet of TIAT. Next question. In cases where a politician is convicted of committing a crime in collaboration with the Minister of Romi and is ordered to repay, for example, 10 million guilders, the recovered funds are directed to the crime fund. while the government bears the cost of the investigation and legal proceedings. Given that the politician effectively stole from the government and the government undertakes the efforts and expenses to recover the stolen funds, why are these funds not returned directly to government's coffers? Madam Chair, through you, this is regulated by law. See Article 3 of the National Ordinance regulating the Crime Fund. Next question. Is there existing legislation that mandates the funds be directed to the Crime Fund instead of the government? If so, what legislative changes would be necessary to ensure that in such cases, stolen funds are returned directly to the government? Madam Chair, through you, yes, the National Ordinance regulating the Crime Fund, Landsverordening, Criminaliteitsbestrijdingsfonds. Next question. Article 5.1 of the Crime Fund states that each year when submitting the budget, the minister must submit a policy plan to identify the projects that are eligible for financing from the Crime Fund in the budget year. Has such a policy been presented this year? If so, can we get a copy? Madam Chair, through you, indeed, Article 5.1 of the Crime Fund stipulates that a policy plan must identify the projects eligible for financing. For 2025, no overarching policy plan is yet in effect. Only incidental requests have been approved. These involved 2 court-mandated cases focused on prevention and reintegration of mental health patients, where specialized services were unavailable locally. Law enforcement chaperoning costs were also covered. In line with recommendations from the Law Enforcement Council, an amendment to the National Ordinance governing the Crime Fund, along with an accompanying policy framework, is currently being drafted and is slated for completion in 2025. However, the minister has proactively engaged various organizations and invited proposals aligned with crime prevention goals. We are currently awaiting proposals from 3 potential projects that, if deemed suitable, may be financed through the Crime Fund and incorporated into the upcoming policy plan. Next question. Who bears the cost for towed vehicles if they remain unclaimed for over 3 months? Madam Chair, through you, according to the towing policy, if the owner or user of the vehicle does not claim it within the required time frame of 4 weeks, the vehicle will be sold or destroyed. The owner or user will be responsible for covering the actual cost of these procedures, minus any potential revenue generated from the sale of the vehicle or its materials. This includes any applicable taxes. All risks associated with towing and storage, including any unintended damage that could not be reasonably avoided, are the responsibility of the owner or user of the vehicle. Exceptions to this policy apply in cases where state authorities or a court determine that the towing was unlawful. In such cases, the state will be responsible for the costs and risk associated with towing and storage. Next question. Is there a formal procedure for how long a towing company may hold such vehicles before they are relocated, auctioned, or otherwise disposed of to recover costs? Madam Chair, through you, if the owner or authorized user of the vehicle fails to claim it within the designated time frame of 4 weeks, the vehicle will be subject to further action. This may involve either selling the vehicle at auction or, if necessary, having it destroyed. It is important for the owner or user to be aware of this time frame to avoid losing their vehicle permanently. Next question. What measures are in place to ensure towing companies are not left with unpaid bills after fulfilling their contracted duties? Madam Chair, through you, the ministry has established a towing policy, accompanied by a rotational towing program designed to effectively manage vehicle towing needs. However, at this moment, there are no towing companies officially contracted to provide services for justice. In order to kickstart the rotational towing program, we require a minimum of 3 towing companies to participate. As of now, only 1 company has shown interest in being part of this initiative. Unfortunately, this particular company does not meet the established criteria due to its inadequate storage facilities for impounded vehicles. Next question. Additionally, it has been reported that a particular towing company can no longer use its current storage location. What is the government's plan for the particular area? Madam Chair, through you, we are currently investigating this matter thoroughly. If it becomes necessary to provide further clarification or information, we will ensure that a formal written response is sent to you. Last question. If there is no plan, what is the intended solution for the storage of towed vehicles currently held near the former receiver's office? Madam Chair, through you, this will be discussed in the next upcoming Driehoek meeting. I now move on to questions posed by MP Otley. Will a budget amendment be required to address the emergency costs associated with the recent crisis at the prison? Madam Chair, through you, at this stage, we are still exploring whether the necessary funding can be secured within the 2025 budget through internal reallocation across budget posts. To ensure continuity in critical recovery and repair work, we are also seeking to pre-finance certain emergency expenditures through the crime fund. Should these measures prove insufficient, the possibility of a budget amendment cannot be ruled out. Next question. Following last Friday's court ruling against the Ministry of Justice concerning the prisoner transferred to Simpson Bay and the broader acknowledgement that the prison constitutes an inhumane facility, despite ongoing crisis and warnings from the MP, can you clarify? Madam Chair, through you, the court ruled on June 9th that any detention to the police cells longer than 10 days violates Article 3 of the European Human Rights Convention due to the detention conditions in these cells. Despite the damages caused by the May 14th riot and fire in Point Blanche, the court ruled that the ministry must comply with the 10-day rule and transfer the detainee from the police cells back to Point Blanche or must pay a fine. Next question. What type of expert was brought in to manage the crisis? Madam Chair, no external experts were specifically contracted or remunerated for crisis management. The personnel from UNOPS have been supporting us as part of their existing mandate related to the new prison project. Additionally, the Ministry of Bezeka provided temporary support through personnel within the scope of our existing cooperation agreements. Next question. What specifically is their expert's role or mandate? Madam Chair, through you, their roles include supporting crisis management efforts and contributing to the development of strategies aimed at restoring normal operations within the Point Blanche prison. Next question. What is the total cost of this expert engagement? Madam Chair, through you, there are no direct costs incurred by the Ministry of Justice for this expert engagement, as the support falls within existing cooperation agreements. Next question. Given the lack of basic provisions for inmates, how is funding being prioritized to pay for these expert services? Madam Chair, through you, all available resources are being prioritized to stabilize the situation at the prison, with particular focus on restoring basic provisions and ensuring the safety and security of the inmates, staff, and the wider public. The expert support currently in place comes at no additional cost to the ministry and is made possible through existing cooperation frameworks. Next question. We have the Dutch Marines, Navy, Coast Guard, the Point Blanche Guards, guards from Bonaire and Aruba coming. What are the financial ramifications of such? We have guards presently not showing up to work. Was a call made to gather the troops and ensure that we have enough locally? Madam Chair, through you, there is no payment required for the assistance provided by the Dutch Marines, as their deployment falls within Kingdom cooperation agreements. The Navy and Coast Guard have not been involved in the current prison response. The government of St. Maarten is covering the costs relating to the deployment of correctional officers from Curaçao and Aruba. Aruba has generously covered part of the deployment costs for its officers as a gesture of kingdom solidarity. Expenses borne by St. Maarten, including housing, transport, and daily allowances. Locally, additional personnel from the Immigration and Border Protection Services, IBPS, and the Police Force of St. Maarten, CAPSM, have been supporting operations. CAPSM has also assisted with inmate transportation. The Voluntary Corps of St. Maarten, VKS, continues to provide support under its existing agreement with the Ministry of Justice. Efforts have been made to secure all available local personnel through absenteeism remains a challenge. Nonetheless, all involved partners have contributed significantly to ensuring safety and stability during this critical period. Next question. In 2021, these cases at the European courts for violation of human rights were handled. The clients received more or less 3,000 euros in compensation, and lawyers' fees needed to be paid as well. If this happens again, who will pay for it for country St. Maarten? Madam Chair, through you, under the Charter of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the Kingdom bears ultimate responsibility for human rights violations within its sphere, including St. Maarten. As such, liability cannot rest solely with one country. For European courts, the Kingdom is regarded as a single entity, not a collection of separate islands. Therefore, the financial burden will fall on the Kingdom as a whole. When was the last time the Minister received a report from the Central Board of Probation? Madam Chair, through you, a report was received on June 4, 2025. The J&IS advises on all early release cases. Next question. How quickly can the Minister urgently assess all current inmates to gather a synopsis of the following: scheduled releases, crime category and severity, whether violent or nonviolent, stage of sentence, type and length of sentence, whether conditional or unconditional? Madam Chair, through you, this discussion will have to take place with the relevant stakeholders who are legally affiliated with this specific process to establish a timeline. Next question. As asked in the Justice meeting, what are the plans for training personnel? Madam Chair, through you, for the prison, there are no further plans for this year due to a lack of funding. The most recent executive staff training was funded by BZK and concluded in March 2025. Future planning will require collaboration with UNODC. Next question. In your letter to Parliament dated March 4th, you indicated that one of the amendments suggested in January 2025 through the note of an unwising is IS 470 was not for new expenditures, but for critical vacancies. Can you explain which vacancies there are? I see in the two-lichting there are 24 budgeted vacancies. Is this accurate, and does the Minister of Justice see this fulfillment possible in 2025 and realistic? Madam Chair, through you, the amendment was implemented to accommodate the critical function of Head of Judicial Affairs. This vacancy is currently in the selection process at HR. Additionally, it was made to provide for the inclusion of 6 individuals designated for the Foreign Detention Center, of who have been recently hired. Next question. The judge rendered a verdict for inmates to be transferred within 24 hours, and every day after that is a fine between 5,000 and 50,000 guilders. Where will this cost come from if the prisoners are not transported back within 24 hours? Madam Chair, through you, the costs have to come from the Ministry of Justice. However, the ministry complied in time with the court ruling. I now move on to questions from the Now faction. MP Lewis. Could you please provide an update on the total retroactive payments to justice workers and personnel, including the prioritization of pension workers, as I previously discussed with the Minister of Justice. Madam Chair, through you, to date, a total of 6.4 million guilders have been disbursed in retroactive payments to 278 employees within the justice sector. An additional estimated sum of 44.5 million guilders is necessary to fully address the outstanding retroactive compensation owed. This compensation pertains to the period spanning from October 10th, 2010 to December 31st, 2022. And covers various entitlements due to the justice workers during that time frame. The ministry has developed a comprehensive phased payout plan in collaboration with the CCSU. This structured approach allows for the disbursement of larger sums over an extended timeline of up to 10 years, while smaller payout amounts are scheduled for shorter installment periods. Additionally, there is a specific provision within this plan for civil servants who are over the age of 60. For this group, the payout process will be expedited, ensuring that they receive their complete settlement within a span of no more than 4 years. This special consideration is designed to support senior civil servants in addressing any urgent financial needs they may have as they approach retirement. The ministry is committed to ensuring that all justice workers receive their retroactive payments in a fair and timely manner. Next question. What discussions are ongoing to amend fees for overall immigration services? Madam Chair, through you, yes, the Ministry of Justice is actively reviewing the Landsverordening with the objective of modernizing the fee structure for, amongst others, immigration services. The current ordinance is outdated and does not reflect the actual costs incurred by government to deliver these services, nor does it cover the wide range of documents and services now routinely provided, such as dispensation letters, visa waiver requests, or administrative screenings, many of which are not even listed in the existing schedule. As a matter of principle, government fees are not intended to serve as revenue-generating tools in the commercial sense, but rather should reflect the real cost of processing and providing a service, in line with the principle of cost equivalence. However, the current reality is that the operational cost of delivering services far exceeds what is covered in fees, placing additional pressure on the ministry's limited budget. Furthermore, the current ordinance does not differentiate based on the nature or complexity of the application. For example, the same fee may apply to a residence permit for a minor under family reunification and to permit issued to a director of a high-income enterprise, despite the vast different economic context and administrative effort is involved. The ministry is therefore preparing an amendment to the Landsverordening that will, 1, align fees more closely with actual costs of service delivery, 2, introduce a more proportionate and differentiated fee structure based on purpose and applicant profile, and 3, ensure that all recurring and new services offered by IBPS are legally covered under the ordinance. Next question. Why can't the people requesting a police record of VOG receive this on time? Madam Chair, through you, the details in issuing the Declaration of Conduct, VOG, are primarily due to capacity constraints within the department in Curaçao responsible for processing these requests. This unit handles VOG applications for all Dutch Caribbean islands, except Aruba, including St. Maarten, and is currently facing a high volume of applications with limited staff capacity. Moreover, the judicial documentation needed for these screenings is housed at the Public Prosecutor's Office in Curacao. As this information is not maintained locally in St. Maarten, this makes the process dependent on external timelines beyond the ministry's immediate control. That said, we are actively engaged in discussions with the relevant stakeholders to identify practical improvements and long-term solutions to ensure more timely processing of these requests. Next question. What is the update of the national decrees for the remainder of the justice personnel? The Minister of Justice has only co-signed 2 batches while she has been in office for more than 6 months. Madam Chair, through you, the Ministry of Justice is optimistic about meeting its projected timeline for the completion of all national decrees and financial transactions, with expectations set for finalization by the conclusion of the 4th quarter of 2025. This ministry is committed to maintaining transparency and efficiency throughout this process to achieve its goals within the specified time frame. Next question. Could you please provide an update on the status of the police holding cells in Phillipsburg, including any recent developments or renovations? Additionally, what are the costs of the repairs? Madam Chair, through you, the renovation of the police holding cells in Phillipsburg is a critical component of the broader efforts to enhance detention conditions in St. Maarten. The National Recovery Program Bureau, NRPB, has allocated over $500,000 for repairs, addressing recommendations from the European Committee for the Prevention of Torture, CPT. While initial interventions have been made, further work is necessary to achieve lasting improvements. Current budget and repair plans, approximately $300,000 remains unallocated within the existing budget. The engineering firm, Independent Consulting Engineers NV ICE, has assessed the required repairs, identifying the need for extensive work beyond cosmetic fixes. This includes roof repairs, ventilation, electrical safety upgrades, mold remediation, and structural reinforcements to create a safer environment for detainees and staff. A tender for urgent roof repairs estimated at $220,000 is currently being prepared and is expected to be launched shortly. Proposed intervention options. To guide decision-making, 3 intervention options have been outlined. Option 1, minimum scope, CPT compliance only, focuses solely on addressing CPT recommendations. Total estimated cost, $520,000. Budget shortfall, $220,000. Option 2, medium scope, safety and operational enhancements, includes CPT items and additional repairs essential for safety and functionality, such as lighting, locks, HVAC, and CCTV. Total estimated cost, $1,100,000. Budget shortfall, $800,000. Option 3, full scope, all identified repairs, encompasses the full scope of work as outlined by ICE, covering all construction, MEP, security, and structural issues. Total estimated cost, $1,300,000. Budget shortfall, $1 million. The budget estimates for option 2 and 3 are similar due to specific bulky items identified as crucial for safe operations, such as communications and security systems, $308,000. Full replacement of sanitary provisions, $60,000, and work on a generator, $20,000. The main difference between these options lie in items like painting exterior walls and replacing the entry fence and several doors. Funding and Funding and prioritization. At present, the Ministry of Justice, in collaboration with BZK and the National Recovery Program Bureau, NRPB, is actively evaluating the way forward based on the 3 intervention options and available funding. This assessment includes consideration of several important factors. 1, existing unallocated funds within the current project. 2, the structural lifespan of the Phillipsburg Police Station and whether long-term investment is justifiable. 3, the critical operational needs of KPSM, including safety and detention capacity. And 4, the working condition for staff. While approximately $300,000 remains available under the current NRPB allocation, this amount is insufficient to execute even the minimum scope. As such, the parties involved are reviewing whether additional support can be sourced from within the broader detention improvement funding framework without compromising other justice-related priorities. Next question. Our police headquarters is in a dilapidated state. Was there an assessment? If yes, how much will it cost the country? Madam Chair, through you, the NRPB, tasked with implementing infrastructure improvements at the police holding cells on behalf of the Ministry of Justice, was asked to request the company responsible for the initial improvements to conduct a preliminary assessment of the building's lifespan. This initial evaluation seems to confirm that the building has indeed passed its prime. A pre-inspection for the repair of the standing water, moisture, and leakage issues at the roof level and tower office of the Simpson Bay Police Station has been done. Cost of repairs will be approximately $5,000. Proposal is at the Ministry of General Affairs. A pre-inspection to determine the condition of the walls and the joints of the HQ has been conducted. Cost of repairs will be approximately $18,950. A detailed inspection of the MEP for the headquarters has been conducted in 2020. A quotation has been submitted to Kurt Ruwan from Fromi at that time. The total costs of repairs were at that time grand total plumbing, $40,000, grand total HAVAC, $225,000, grand total electrical, $330,000, and grand total communication and security, $275,000. Next question. Immigration processes are delayed way more than ever. What is being done to fix this problem? Madam Chair, through you, the delays in processing residency permits are the result of a backlog that has been built up over several years and due to a combination of factors. While limited staffing continues to affect overall capacity, we also acknowledge that the CRM automation system introduced in 2022 has not performed as intended and has contributed to the backlog. We are currently auditing the system and transitioning to purpose-built immigration software, which has proven to be effective and efficient. In parallel, we are reviewing internal work processes to improve efficiency. While delays are sometimes caused by incomplete or invalid submissions from applicants, we recognize that most proactive communication and better systems are needed to prevent such issues. Addressing this remains a priority for the ministry. Next question. Are discussions taking place regarding having all justice workers insured? What will the total premium be to secure proper insurance for justice workers? Madam Chair, through you. According to Chapter 10 of the Besluit Rechtspositie Politie Sint Maarten BRP, all civil servants, including police officers who are insured or suffer from long-term occupational illnesses, are entitled to appropriate support and compensation. This entitlement extends to their surviving dependents. In line with this legal framework, the Ministry of Justice is preparing advice for a national decree regarding a renewed agreement with Nagico Life Insurance. This group life insurance policy will cover all uniformed frontline personnel of the Ministry of Justice. The primary purpose of this insurance is to cover the government's legal liability towards its employees as outlined in their legal status. The annual premium for this policy is set at 371,304 guilders per year. The premium amount may vary based on the number of insured personnel. This insurance serves as a risk mitigation policy for the government, acknowledging that this group of employees works under higher risk conditions and that associated costs should be covered. Employees are not directly involved in this policy. Rather, any damages resulting from it will be paid out by the insurer instead of directly by government. This policy is a continuation of a previous agreement and aims to ensure that the government meets its legal obligations to provide compensation and support to its employees in the event of injury or long-term illness. I now move on to questions by the National Alliance faction. MP Duran. Question 1. Does the minister believe there is enough in the current budget to properly deal with the emergency at the prison? If not, what will be done to secure the necessary funds? Madam Chair, through you, at present, the ministry is conducting a comprehensive inventory of all costs related to the current crisis at the Point Blanche prison. Our Kingdom partners have made it clear that any request for financial assistance must be preceded by an effort to identify and exhaust available options within our own national budget. As such, we are actively reallocating funds from existing budget posts to address the most urgent needs. In parallel, we are in ongoing discussions with the Ministry of Finance to explore how they may further support us in managing the financial burden. It is important to note, however, that these emergency decisions will likely have downstream consequences. Specifically, they may impact our ability to pursue other planned initiatives later in the year, as existing funds are being redirected to deal with the crisis. The ministry is therefore weighing each decision carefully to strike a balance between immediate necessity and long-term planning. Next question. If the government is presenting a budget for Parliament to pass, but saying in advance that it is not enough, not adequate, not correct, why are you submitting it to Parliament to be passed? The rationale should be include what you need and then bring it. Has this changed from 2025 budget 1.0 to 2025 budget 2.0? Madam Chair, through you, this budget 2.0 contains no changes for justice versus the amendment submitted in January. Next question. I saw an article in which reference was made of justice workers not properly insured with life insurance and other insurance that came out right after the incident at the House of Detention. Is there any truth to this article? If this is the case, that they don't have proper insurance, what is being done to address this situation, and where do we need to shift monies from? How can we shift priorities to make sure that this is not the case? Madam Chair, through you, the Ministry of Justice is preparing advice for a national decree regarding a renewed agreement with Nagico Life Insurance. This group life insurance policy will cover all uniform frontline personnel of the Ministry of Justice. The primary purpose of this insurance is to cover the government's legal liability towards its employees as outlined in their legal status. It is therefore not correct to suggest that these personnel are being deployed in the line of duty without any coverage. On the contrary, the ministry is actively working to formalize and strengthen the existing framework to ensure legal and financial protection for all frontline staff in accordance with applicable regulations. Next question. We know that the Ministry of Justice is short-staffed. Whether this has to do with prison guards, police, or people working behind the scenes, is there, in the minister's view, enough money in this year's budget to recruit and train the amount of people needed to execute the tasks of these different organizations? Madam Chair, through you, to answer the question directly, no. The current 2025 budget does not fully provide the funding needed to recruit and train the number of individuals ideally required to close all existing capacity gaps. However, beyond funding, there is also a practical challenge that must be acknowledged. We are now in the month of June, and we must be realistic about the time frame remaining in the year. Even if additional resources were available, the recruitment process from advertising to screening to training takes time. Moreover, all justice-related entities are essentially fishing from the same pond, competing for a very limited pool of qualified candidates. This is precisely why the ministry is simultaneously working on longer-term workforce planning and exploring creative solutions such as inter-island cooperation, targeted retention efforts, and regional recruitment, while continuing to push for structural investments in our human capacity. Next question. What is the multi-year plan to address the shortfalls when it comes to staffing? Madam Chair, through you, the ministry fully acknowledges that with the expansion of detention capacity, particularly under the new prison project, there will be increased pressure on staffing. Simply put, more cells will require more personnel, both custodial and support staff. To address this, we are currently in active discussions with our kingdom partners, particularly the Netherlands, to explore sustainable solutions. At the same time, we are working closely with UNOPS and UNODC to develop both mid- and long-term planning frameworks, which include not only operational models, but also workforce projections and training needs. A financial picture is being developed in parallel to these efforts so that the necessary investments can be mapped out in a phased and realistic manner. The goal is to ensure that the new facility is not just built, but staffed, equipped, and managed in a way that improves long-term detention conditions and public safety. Next question. International reports and many local voices, including the inmates of the House of Detention, have been saying that conditions at the prison are inhumane. We know a new prison is coming, but it has been delayed, and it is still some years away. Does the current budget provide the minister with enough room to deal with immediate issues? If not, how much is required to deal with the immediate issues? Madam Chair, through you, as indicated, a financial picture is being developed. This will be made available once known. Did the Council of Advice give any advice on how the ministry is spending its money, especially when it comes to issues at the prison when it comes to staffing? Can the minister give some insights into these points if these were pointed out? Madam Chair, through you, no. This matter does not fall under the oversight or authority of the Council of Advice. The Council's mandate is specifically to provide legal and constitutional advice to the government and Parliament on draft legislation and certain policy matters submitted for review. It does not assess or on the operational allocation of funds or staffing decisions within ministries, including those related to the prison system. Next question. After the fire, there were different departments and groups that stepped in to help, such as the police, fire department, and Red Cross. Is there money set aside to support these types of joint responses in the future? Madam Chair, through you, as this crisis is currently being managed, these discussions can take place once a comprehensive overview has taken place. Next question. Since the new prison will not be ready anytime soon, What is being done to keep the current prison safe and functional? Are there plans for small fixes that the ministry can put in place this year to ease some of the pressure? Madam Chair, through you, the fire has indeed set the organization back significantly in its planning efforts, requiring an immediate shift in focus toward short-term recovery. That recovery plan is currently underway and includes temporary repairs, increased staffing through Kingdom support, enhanced security measures, and crisis management protocols. Following this, a medium-term stabilization plan is being developed in collaboration with UNOPS and UNODC to bridge the gap until the new facility becomes operational. However, it is important to emphasize that the timeline for construction of the new facility remains unaffected. In parallel, the ministry is actively implementing a series of targeted short-term interventions to relieve pressure on the current facility, such as repurposing and securing alternative detention space, reallocating international resources, and accelerating maintenance where feasible. These measures are intended to safeguard continuity of operations while preparing the system for a full transition to the new facility once completed. Next question. After the fire, a lot of follow-up actions were needed to normalize the situation, like inmate health care and repairs. What is the plan to deal with these extra costs, and what has this amounted to thus far? Madam Chair, through you, this is currently being assessed and will be provided to Parliament within short. Next question. When the fire happened, the inmates had to move to police holding cells in Simpson Bay, and some had to be sent off island. Was there enough financial flexibility to handle this emergency? Madam Chair, through you, there were no costs involved in transporting the inmates to holding cells in Simpson Bay. The costs involved transporting 6 inmates to Bonaire were the airfare amounting to $8,000. Next question. Is there money set aside for the ministry to call in help from other organizations or professionals if a similar situation is to happen again in the future? Madam Chair, through you, at present, there are no specific funds earmarked for this purpose. However, the ministry remains committed to building strategic partnerships and will continue to explore flexible funding options and interagency support mechanisms to respond swiftly to unforeseen crises when they arise. Next question. Based on the support that St. Maarten has been receiving from Aruba and not sure where else, are we paying for this? What is the cost? How is the minister planning to cover these costs? Madam Chair, through you, the government of St. Maarten is indeed responsible for covering the associated costs of external personnel support. While the full cost overview has not yet been finalized, we can confirm that Curacao provided assistance with the understanding that St. Maarten would reimburse the related expenses. Similarly, Aruba has contributed personnel support with some costs, such as daily allowances and accommodations, already being borne by St. Maarten. The ministry is currently compiling a full financial overview and is exploring available budget lines, as well as discussing options with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that these emergency expenditures can be responsibly managed. I now move on to questions posed by MP Arian. The inmates won a court case to be placed back at Point Blanche. Is this true? How much time do you have left as a government to do that? What is the cost, and how does Minister of Justice plan to address this? Madam Chair, through you, the inmates have been returned to the Point Blanche prison. There were no costs associated. Next question. What is the total cost of the prison fire repair, and how far is government with the repair? What is the current timeline? Where are the funds coming from for the repairs, and what is the line item? Madam Chair, through you, the fire was an unfortunate incident that took us all by surprise. In response to this event, we promptly took action to allocate the necessary resources from our existing budget to address the costs related to the damage and recovery efforts. This process required a careful assessment of our financial capacities, our capabilities, and prioritization of immediate needs to ensure an effective and timely response. To date, $275,919.09 has been spent, and we continue to manage the situation. A final determination of the overall cost is still in progress. Next question. Can we get a total amount of consultants per cabinet and ministers and the budget post amount? Also, the total value of those contracts. Madam Chair, through you, the Ministry of Justice currently has one consultant in the amount of 42,000 guilders on minister's budget post. The consultant is needed for the appeals committee for the Elbay project that was not previously budgeted for. Next question. Provide the total travel expenses of the last 6 months per minister and per cabinet, both items. Minister's budget post, 35,810 guilders and 74 cents. Cabinet budget post, 16,634 guilders and 31 cents. I now move on to questions posed by MP York. How many people are waiting to serve jail time? Madam Chair, through you, currently, the combined total of outstanding jail time awaiting enforcement is approximately 300 years. This figure reflects cumulative sentences, not individual persons, as some may have multiple convictions. Next question. Can the minister provide a copy of the proposal from the lawyer representing the Inmate Association? What did the minister receive? When did the minister receive that information? Madam Chair, through you, yes, the ministry received a draft version of a proposed ministerial regulation regarding early release with electronic monitoring. However, during our meeting, the lawyer representing the Inmates Association indicated that the proposal was not yet finalized. In that same meeting, we explained that under the current legal framework, electronic monitoring cannot serve as an alternative to detention, and that any such change would require a formal legislative amendment. We did, however, express our willingness to explore longer-term reforms and committed to working collaboratively on possible solutions, including reviewing the legislation if deemed necessary and feasible. At this time, there is only an early draft and no completed or finalized proposal from the lawyer that can be formally considered or shared. Next question. Is there a legal basis for electronic monitoring? If not, what law is the prosecutor using? Why can't the minister use the same law? Isn't the funding coming out of the justice budget? Madam Chair, through you. Yes, Article 1.32 Criminal Code. However, not as an isolated alternative to detention, but rather strictly as a condition for early conditional release on the basis of Article 137 of the Criminal Code due to a shortage of cell capacity. Next question. How much does the government spend on an inmate per day? Madam Chair, through you, this cannot be provided at this time as it incorporated in the operational costs. It is incorporated in the operational costs. My apologies. Next question. When the government builds a new prison, what would the cost to the country be from staff, food, electricity, and water to maintenance? Madam Chair, through you, at this time, we only have preliminary figures concerning the full operational costs of the new prison facility. However, it is important to emphasize that the new final cost structure will depend on a number of key factors, including 1, how and when the additional detention capacity is phased in, the staffing model. 2, the staffing model and level of in-house services. 3, the types of partnerships or outsourcing we engage in for facility operations. 4, the rehabilitation and reintegration programs we choose to implement. And 5, and what financial space exists within the national budget. These choices will not only influence long-term costs, but also the effectiveness and sustainability of the prison system. The ministry is working with both UNOPS and UNODC to develop realistic operational scenarios and cost estimates, and remains in active discussion with the Ministry of Finance to align these projects with future budget cycles. Next question. The new prison should be for 200 inmates, so the cost should be times that amount. Can St. Maarten carry those costs? Where would the extra income come from? Madam Chair, through you, the planned new facility is projected to accommodate 196 inmates. Realistically, this is well below the number of enforceable sentences currently pending, a fact that underscores the scale of the challenge we face. However, the decision to proceed with this capacity was based on feasibility, balancing what is operationally needed with what is financially and logistically achievable at this time. Of course, we recognize that operational costs will scale with occupancy, and careful planning is required to ensure that these costs remain sustainable. As mentioned earlier, choices will need to be made within the available budgetary space, and this will directly influence how and when full capacity is brought online. To support long-term sustainability, the ministry is also actively exploring models such as prison industries and revenue-generating programs, which are common in other jurisdictions, to help offset some of the prison's operational expenses. These initiatives, if implemented thoughtfully, can contribute to both the facility's financial resilience and to rehabilitation and reintegration goals. In short, while we acknowledge the costs involved, we are taking a phased and responsible approach, one that includes exploring alternative funding mechanisms, operational efficiencies, and potential partnerships to ensure this major investment remains viable. Please also keep in mind that prior to Irma, the prison budget was calculated for 144 prisoners. Next question. How much money would be available for the rehabilitation of inmates? These choices, Madam Chair, through you, these choices are yet to be made within the budgetary realities. Next question, can the minister provide an overview of the remaining batches and when this can be expected with dates and timelines? Madam Chair, through you, batches 14 and 15 will include the remainder of KPSM and IPBS personnel. Batch 16 designated explicitly for employees of the Point Blanche prison, consisting of 95 employees, of which is currently being validated. The completion of all LBAs for phase 1 is anticipated for the fourth quarter of 2025. This reflects our commitment to ensuring that all processes are handled thoroughly and effectively. We are dedicated to keeping all stakeholders informed as we progress towards this completion date. Next question. Notaries. Has there ever been an assessment done of the carrying capacity of notaries on the island? B, what is the status as it pertains to the workload? C, are they keeping up with the demand? And D, how is this measured? Madam Chair, through you, according to the National Ordinance on Notaries, 3 notaries were found to be sufficient for St. Maarten. Also, notaries are assisted by candidate notaries. The appointment, supervision, and performance of notaries falls under the authority of the Joint Court of Justice. As such, the Ministry of Justice does not conduct direct oversight or evaluations in this area. However, we recognize the importance of ensuring adequate notarial services for the public, and will take these questions into further discussions with the joint court and the notarial profession. Next question. Safety of the country prior, during, and after the storm or disaster is needed. Do we have the reserves to pay for said security when it comes to police officers from other countries, or will this be covered by a third party? If not, how much is budgeted for such? Madam Chair, through you, the safety of the country before, during, and after a disaster is very important and a government's responsibility. Pursuant to Measure A5 of the country package, a national plan is being developed that includes both disaster response and how to pay for it. This includes making sure there is money available to cover costs for extra security, such as assistance from other countries. These costs will need to be paid from the disaster risk financing strategy that is currently being developed with cooperation of the World Bank. I now move on to questions by the URSM faction, MP Roseberg. There was a motion in 2024 regarding the crime fund. The previous minister was requested to comply with the crime prevention ordinance and develop a comprehensive crime prevention policy for Sint Maarten. The motion was passed in October 2024. I would like to know where we are with the development of this policy. Minister already mentioned that the ministry was working hard on the policy and it would be ready for the budget amendment. Can this policy be submitted shortly? If not, when, being that it is obligated by law? Madam Chair, through you, in line with the recommendations of the Law Enforcement Council, an amendment to the National Ordinance governing the Crime Fund, along with an accompanying policy framework, is currently being drafted and is slated for completion in 2025. However, it is important to note that a policy plan for crime fund project financing cannot be submitted for approval until concrete project proposals have been received and evaluated. The ministry has proactively engaged a number of relevant organizations and invited them to submit proposals aligned with crime prevention goals. We are currently awaiting submissions from 3 potential projects. If found suitable, these will be incorporated into the policy plan and considered for financing under the crime fund. Next question. During a recent parliamentary session, the minister indicated that a policy on the use of ankle bracelets is currently being developed. I had suggested consulting relevant specialists such as Attorney Sullivan, especially considering that a similar policy has been in effect in Curacao since 2015. Could the minister provide an update on the status of this policy, given its importance in addressing ongoing human rights concerns? I welcome clarification if any part of this understanding is incorrect. Madam Chair, through you, a document was indeed submitted to the ministry by Mr. Sullivan within the past 2 weeks. However, we wish to emphasize that under current legislation, electronic monitoring cannot serve as an alternative to detention in Sint Maarten. While we acknowledge that similar policies may exist in other jurisdictions such as Curacao, our legal framework does not currently support such application. Given the ongoing prison crisis and the significant capacity constraints within the ministry, we have not yet been able to conduct an in-depth review or provide a comprehensive response to the proposal. That said, we recognize the relevance of exploring alternatives that align with both our detention challenges and human rights obligations. The ministry is therefore committed to working toward a longer-term approach, which may include reviewing and, if necessary, amending the applicable legislation. Next question. There were recommendations made in a recent report by the Law Enforcement Council dated June 6, 2025. will the ministry take the advice of the council and invoke Article 32 of the Kingdom Act of the Enforcement Council? Madam Chair, through you, the ministry acknowledges the recommendations outlined in the Law Enforcement Council's report of June 6, 2025. We continue to take these observations seriously and remain in active dialogue with our Kingdom partners as we explore the best course of action to strengthen the justice system and address the concerns raised. I now move on to questions posed by MP Webster. During the previous budget meeting, the MP inquired about Asikura. Could you provide an update on the current state of preparations? Madam Chair, through you, the implementation of Asikura remains a priority, and the plan of approach has been agreed upon between all relevant parties. The associated advice is currently before the Council of Ministers for formal approval. Once formal approval is obtained, we can proceed with finalizing the agreement, which outlines the financial and operational arrangements between Sint Maarten, the TIAT, and UNCTAD. Given that Sint Maarten's contribution is categorized as capital expenditure, a reallocation of funds between the involved entities is required. As such, the TIAT will engage directly with UNCTAD as their portion does not fall under CAPEX. Following the transfer, UNCTAD will send a technician team to Sint Maarten to set up the Asikura World System and connect the servers as outlined in the project plan. Additionally, an awareness campaign will be launched to introduce the project to the community. I now move on to questions posed by the DP faction. MP Westcott Williams. MP requests.
Minister Gums, before you continue, I see that MP, no, it's my mistake. Oh, for the speakers list, okay. Thank you, MP, thank you, Minister, for your indulgence. Yeah, no, it's the MP actually requiring to speak once you're finished. So you may continue, Minister, thank you.
No problem. MP requests to provide an update on the answers given to herself and her faction members in the answers of the CC to first budget 2025. Several of those answers refer to things being updated and reports being expected. MP wants to know where we stand right now as per the answers given to the CC questions. There were several sorts of commitments made to questions asked in the first debate, budget 2025. See attached reference nota ain't verslag. Question 2, clarification and update on the crime fund. The amendment to the national, Madam Chair, through you, the amendment to the national ordinance governing the crime fund in line with recommendations of the Law Enforcement Council accompanying the policy is currently being drafted and is slated for completion in Q4 of 2025. Next question, MP requests an update and in some cases answers to where matters stand with the motions as approved during the handling of the budget in first instance. The motions pertain to the following amendment to the mentally ill persons legislation, VSA, and justice. Madam Chair, through you, this draft legislation is currently in the preliminary phase with VSA. Feedback has been provided by the Ministry of Justice structural meetings. Next question. The ministry acknowledges the concerns raised by foster and prospective foster parents regarding the insufficiency of the current stipend in adequately covering the cost of caring for children in foster care. In response to these challenges, legislation is currently being drafted to increase the monthly stipend for the foster parents. Where is that at? Madam Chair, through you, this has the attention of the ministry based on the interministerial discussions which recognized the need for an increase. As the legislation is expected to be completed at the Q4, an increase of fees have been addressed in the 2026 budget. Next question. While illegal migration is a concern, overpopulation as a direct result of these flows has not been conclusively determined. The ministry has not observed a significant number of residency applications from individuals unable to demonstrate legal arrival on the island. To fully understand the impact of migration on St. Martin's population density and resources, a thorough data-driven study would be required. Is this being done or initiated? Madam Chair, through you, the Immigration and Border Protection Services, IBPS, continues to monitor migration trends closely through permit applications, entry records, and enforcement activities. These trends show migration patterns through and not to St. Martin. As noted, the data currently available does not show a significant volume of residency applications from individuals unable to demonstrate legal entry. That said, we recognize the importance of a comprehensive data-driven analysis to understand the broader demographic and infrastructural impacts of migration, both regular and irregular. We are open to collaborating with relevant agencies across the ministries of government. In the meantime, IBPS remains committed to ensuring migration controls are enforced in a manner that safeguards national interests while upholding due process. And last question, proposal prison rehabilitation training program 2024, has this been accepted to be executed? Madam Chair, through you, the soft components have not yet been implemented. UOPOS has completed the design and assigned responsibility for their execution. Discussions are currently underway with UNODC regarding their potential engagement for implementation. In parallel, the Minister, in coordination with BZK and VNP, is actively seeking funding to support this effort. That brings me to the end of the answering of the questions, Madam Chair, on behalf of the Minister of Justice, Ms. Natalie Tackling.
Thank you, Minister Gomes, for the presentation of those answers regarding questions and topics of the Ministry of Justice. With that, of course, members of Parliament, we now have the opportunity as members of Parliament to react to some of the questions that you have received the answers to by the Minister. And looking at the screen before me, I give MP Otley the floor for his commentary on the answers given by the Minister. MP Otley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to the viewing and listening public. I'll try to be as quick as possible as I'm asking the acting minister, so I'm pretty sure the minister will be here for the public meeting. But nonetheless, during yesterday's meeting, this Minister Gomes, through you, Madam Chair, in her capacity as Minister of Finance, made the statement against political games and stated clearly that the delayed payment or non-payment of justice workers has nothing to do with the delay of the budget 2025. So if that is the case, then my question to the Minister of Justice is, what is the holdup with the payment? Since the non-payment has nothing to do with the delay of 2025 for justice workers, why hasn't the payment started, and when is it intended to pay the justice workers of St. Martin? Also, for budget post 5202 for the prison and jail, we have projects and activities for the amount of $118,882. But in the two listing, there's no description of what this money will be used for. Can an explanation be given as to what this $100,000+ for projects and activities for the prison be used specifically for? We need to ensure that it's going towards the right things and it'll go where it needs to go. Madam Chair, through you, the minister stated that she did receive on June 5th, that was the last time she heard from the probationary board. So I would like to know what was the findings of such. June 5th was just a couple of days ago. So did any inmate then qualify for early release or probation? Will this be taken up immediately, seeing that the prison condition, and lack of space. Madam Chair, we speak of the electronic monitoring system. I would like to know specifically what is the difference with the penal code with the Netherlands and St. Martin. I also would like to refer to Curacao, Aruba, Bonaire. Also Curacao having Article 137. And I would like to make it straight because I listened very carefully. And the ministers keep saying we cannot use electronic monitoring as an alternative for sentencing. I can't speak for anyone else, but in my phrasing, in my knowledge, what we are trying to do is have electronic monitoring for exactly what you said, in line with what you said, for early release due to cell capacity issues. So for me, we are now in line as to why and when electronic monitoring can be used as a process for early release and not as an alternative, Minister. So I'm glad that that was stated. Okay, I've been told that I need to speak more into the mic. Madam Chair, through you, I would also like to make note that the minister stated, as we speak of the electronic monitoring, I would like to also note that despite cell capacity, we need to ensure that we are in line with the human rights articles and do not violate especially Article 3 and Article 5. Article 5 is specifically, and when I look at the case with the European Court, it says under further complaints of Article 5 of the Covenant of the Joint Court had failed to conduct adequate examination of the possibility of suspending the person's detention. Very important. A person's liberty, once taken away, comes with rules, regulations. But we should look at every adequate possibility of suspending such. And this is where electronic monitoring comes into play. I asked the question to the Honorable Minister as how much was spent for the assistance with Curacao and Aruba, and I got to elaborate of who paid half. I didn't ask about that. I asked how much. That's it. Tell me how much. Also, Madam Chair, through you, I asked about if St. Martin is to lose a court case, again, due to violation of human rights, who will bear the cost? And it was said that it's a shared cost. And I refer to an article in 2018, whereby it says, 2018, Parliament wants the gentleman's fine to be paid by Dutch government. At the moment, it is said that it to be paid by St. Martin. And the members of Parliament, this very floor, is saying that it should be paid by the Dutch. I also have an article here by Knops at the time, so it all depends who is in power, stating that he is not in agreement with the motion by his colleague for the Dutch to acquire any fees, and the Dutch government is studying that the fine will be passed on to the right party, which is St. Martin. So, Madam Chair, through you, let us do what we need to do. Let us ensure we are not in violation, because we will carry the brunt of it. The Netherlands will not, never, ever take any heat for us, as it's proving in 2018, where our own members were fighting that the bill don't be sent to St. Martin and sent to the Netherlands, and the members in the Staat were saying the bill should be sent to St. Martin. That's the reason I asked. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry. Thank you, MP Otley. The next speaker up is MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister of Finance and Acting Minister of Justice and your support staff. Good afternoon to my colleagues here and those in the Tribune. Good afternoon, St. Martin. I will be brief. Minister, do you know, in your capacity as Acting Minister of Justice, that currently the inmates in Bonaire, that their rights are heavily being violated at this moment? In saying so, I understood that they are not also in the regular cells that they're supposed to be in the area. I understood that they're in an asylum area or in a psych ward area. and they're reaching out to their people here and in St. Maarten. And I've also received a call from the Netherlands from one of the family members of an inmate in Bonaire pertaining to the complaints that the inmate gave his relative. I would like to know if you know anything about this, if the ministry on a whole knows anything about exactly where our inmates are placed in Bonaire, and at any other relevant island where inmates were sent to, or in the Netherlands. And how long would it take for us to recover that we can have our out there part of St. Maarten's population? How long would it take for them to be back here in St. Maarten? That will be all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Lewis. The next MP up to speak is MP Labega. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, Menfina, Acting Minister of Justice, and the Justice staff. Menfina, under MP York's question, one of the answers was there's about 300 years to be served. I would like to know how many persons does that equate to, and specifically between the ages of 18 to 25. So how many persons are awaiting, well, have already been sentenced, but placement in prison, and from the ages between of 18 and 25. And this is very important because when we're talking about rehabilitation programs to come, this is a very important age group. And we need to understand that if there's a significant amount, 18, 19, 20 years old, we need to tailor our rehabilitation programs to them to provide them the best possible second chance available. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, MP Labega. The next MP to speak is MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. A blessed afternoon to the Minister and her board support staffs. Madam Chair Lady, first I'd like to make a comment to the Minister, the Acting Minister of Justice. Maybe she could ask the Minister of Finance what currency we actually function in St. Maarten. It's guilders. The whole presentation was dollars, 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 dollars. That is one. Number two, Madam Chair Lady, my first question was how many residency permits are still awaiting to be signed? I did not get a reply on that. I got a whole story about the CRM, which is nice, but that was not the question. Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Minister, my second question was concerning safety and the Hef-Bowman project. Again, it might have been a project that was executed by TIAT, but it is a project that speaks of safety. So I really expect a better answer than that, because it's not been 1 day or 2 days that the minister was made aware of this. Then question 3, my question was, what can we do to bring the funds to government? I am fully aware that in the articles of incorporation, of the articles of national ordinance concerning the crime fund, the minister sent me to Article 3, I think it was, which speaks of what goes into the crime fund. That was not the question. The question was, how can we get those funds into the coffers of government? So I'm somewhat confused about what questions the minister received, because I didn't think I got the answers on the questions I asked. So I'd really like the minister to go over them again and answer those. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. The next MP to speak is MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to one and all. Welcome to the Justice Minister, Acting Justice Minister, Minister of Finance, and her support staffs. I have a few brief clarifications, Madam Chair. When I asked in the first round how much is needed to deal with the immediate issue meaning at the point blank house of detention. I was told that the ministry is still painting a picture. This happened a couple of weeks ago, so my question was more geared towards what is needed to facilitate the return of the inmates because of what eventually happened in terms of the court ruling. I also asked, Madam Chair, through you, if the minister can give an indication as to how much is needed to be paid to, let's say, the assistants from Aruba, Curacao. And based on my understanding, in the beginning, the minister mentioned nothing is needed to be paid, that they are covering in it. And then in a later question, similar to what I posed, the minister said that they have to cover certain costs. So my question is this again. Do we have to pay for assistance, yes or no? Is it on a lower basis, lower amount, if that can just be clarified? Thirdly, Madam Chair, I heard the minister mention that my question based on the officers being covered or insured is insinuating that they are not covered at all. I never indicated that, Madam Chair. I could go back in the video. I specifically asked about life insurance, which we know the reason why the life insurance came about when Officer Benjamin lost his life a couple of years ago. So my question was, is this life insurance active? For the reason of me seeing in the newspaper that it is not the case. I never saw a response from the Minister of Justice, so I just would like some clarity on that. Later on in the response, the minister mentioned that they are now working on a comprehensive plan to include all uniformed justice workers. I know that it was the case that only police officers were covered. So am I to understand that all uniformed frontline officers, so the prison guards, the customs, immigration, will all of those be included now? And if so, I feel that that is a great idea because that is what I heard the minister mention. So I'd like some clarity on that. And I look forward to that before I move on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Doran. The next speaker is MP Roseberg. MP Roseberg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Blessed afternoon to the Minister of Finance, Acting Minister of Justice, and the support staff. Blessed afternoon to my dear colleagues present here today. And nobody's in the public today, but the ones viewing and listening online. I will go over to my questions, clarification questions that I have. Based on some questions that my colleagues asked as well. One MP asked the price per inmate per day, and I didn't get that answer. It was mentioned, if I understood correctly, that it is in the operational cost. I would like to ask maybe if it can be researched a little bit more, because there should be a amount mentioned or somewhere noted for the price per inmate a day. The reason why I'm asking that, because I would like to know as well if it has been looked into how much it will cost to monitor inmates with ankle bracelets. So that's why I find it important to have that amount. Other than that, in regards to the ankle bracelet monitors, I can remember that it was mentioned in the past that there were about 25 ankle bracelets. Is that still the case? Are there more? How much of those ankle bracelets are currently in effect? That being asked, I will also other question of a MP, I think it was MP York as well, and then MP Dimar Labega asked a follow-up question in regards to the amount of years versus the amount of persons. And I would like to add a question to that. When was based on the amount of persons, what is the oldest verdict in that sense? If that can be traced back. Other than that, it was mentioned that, and I think our other colleague mentioned that already, but just for clarification's sake, in regards to the policy that is being referred to, that the Inmates Association lawyer provided a policy plan, and also Attorney Souveran provided a plan, and I would like to know what the reason is that plan cannot be used, because I understood as well that it was mentioned that basically how I understood it, but it can be clarified, that there are two different law books being used, if that is the summary. If not, if that can be clarified, because according to me, there is no difference in the law, but I'm, of course, stand to be corrected. I really would like to know what is the difference, and if there's a difference, why can it not be tweaked to the legislation of Sint Maarten if it's mentioned in the law? Because according to me, it's also based on a MB, and a MB is, the minister can decide on that. And I also know that in the past, it was decided on by previous ministers to have in the sake of capacity, because let's be real about it, the capacity issue is not an issue of now. And in the past, there were policies made to temporarily lift the capacity issue. I mentioned it in the past already, when it was, for example, in regards to persons that were incarcerated that were not from Sint Maarten. They would get a vreemdelingenkorting. Translation, MPs? Yeah, vreemdelingenkorting. So basically, they will get a discount, foreigner discount based on, I think it was 50% of their sentence. And if you were from Sint Maarten, then there would be our, they used to call it a treintjebeleid, that would then make it based on the amount of time that you have served, seeing the current capacity issued, so it was focused on capacity, you will then be released earlier. Or I can also remember, and that's only in the few years that I have been here, that there was also a possibility of ankle bracelet monitoring. So I really would like to have it clear what the reason is that currently that cannot be used or not be developed, or if it can be developed, seeing the urgency, why can the current policy that is in place or that has been submitted by Mr. Silveran, why can that not be tweaked to Sint Maarten if it's being said that the legislation is different? So just for clarity's sake, I would like to know why that is not possible and what the ministry will currently do to address this matter to something that is possible for Sint Maarten. Other than that, it was mentioned in regards to the crime fund policy plan. Is there a, it mentioned completed in 2025. So is there a date for that? It's quite broad. Why am I asking that? Because having those policy plans in place, then projects, if I understand correctly, they can be implemented, and that can then advance the current crime rights will then be tackled through those plans. And I know there are different organizations now in place that are looking for rehabilitation, resocialization of ex-inmates or persons that are on the drive of committing crimes. So it's important, and I believe it goes hand in hand to know, okay, when will this policy plan be completed? Because having potential projects, but not having a policy plan, then I'm trying to see how that goes hand in hand. And I would like to avoid seeing that different reports by the audit chamber that the crime fund will just be used for using it as a fund that you can just tap into when money is needed. And I can remember that in the policy plan that was submitted by the motion, it was clarified percentage-wise to know, okay, the money that is now currently in the crime fund, a certain percentage will go to, for example, structural fixing of certain buildings or police cars, for example, or whatsoever connected to that operational cost, but then the other percentage will go to preventing crime. And if you don't have a plan, it can be used for all kind of things. And I think we would like to avoid that. So if those questions can be clarified, I would appreciate that. And other than that, I'm happy to hear that based on the report of the Raad van Rechtshandhaving, that the ministry, together with Kingdom Partners, is looking into making sure that that is being handled on a kingdom level. And the last, it's not really a question, but maybe the minister can clarify that through you, Madam Chair, because based on the question of my colleague MP Otley, he mentioned in regards to what was said yesterday by the Minister of Finance in regards to payments and the way how it was asked, it seems like no payments were made to the justice workers, but according to what I understood, there were payments made to the justice workers. So if that, you know, so that we don't leave that in the air that 0 payments were made, if the ministry, seeing that both the acting Minister of Justice and the Minister of Finance is sitting in front of us, if that can be clarified. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. The next MP to speak is MP Myers. MP Myers, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to you, to my colleagues here in Parliament, to the Honorable Minister of Finance and Acting Minister of Justice, support staff, to my honorable colleague in the Tribune, and those of you listening via social media. Good afternoon. I just have a few questions, Minister. To dovetail off of what MP Roseberg said, to me, if my memory serves me correct, back in 2000 and I would say 16 or 2014, somewhere in that range, that proposal, there was a proposal that was made by the then Minister of Justice, Roland Duncan. I believe it was in between 2010 and 2014. It was a good proposal where if someone, and the whole breakdown had come to Parliament, where how much it would save government if someone wasn't legal, undocumented, and they will do a certain, their time will be less than you know, someone who's from St. Maarten, and then they will be automatically deported back to their country, and it was accepted by Parliament. And if my memory serves me correct, one of the mechanisms that we have in our system is the Constitutional Court. And the ruling that came back from the Constitutional Court was that it was unconstitutional because it's a form of discrimination, because as such, if two people commit the same crime, why is one getting less? And the members of Parliament agreed with the proposal by the Minister of Justice, but constitutionally, it was not allowed. So I think that plan was scrapped. And again, if you can, you know, find out exactly the time and if that indeed was the case. The next question I want to know, how many prisoners were sent to Bonaire? And then I also want to know if the prison in Bonaire, because there's been a lot of talk in St. Maarten in regards to human rights violations in our prison, and we know where our prison is, both the police holding cells and the prison at Point Blanche. That's why there is actually a plan to have the prison redone. Can you tell me if the prison in Bonaire is has or is meeting probably the human rights standards? So if it's up to par, because I don't want the impression to be given also that the prisoners are sent to a substandard prison in Bonaire as well. So I think that is something that needs to be, just for clarity's sake, whether it's the ward where they hold the criminals or the psych ward. I need to know if that facility is up to human rights standards. And I would like to commend you on answering the questions on behalf of the Minister of Justice, and thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Myers, and I now give the floor to MP Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd just like to publicly second the basically direction of my colleague, MP Myers. I think that we should look into certain things, especially the policies that were there before, I think that it can do a lot for the situation that we are in now. So, you know, sometimes we can go at it on the floor of Parliament, but when I hear a good idea, if I can say it behind your back, I can say it publicly. Madam Chair, I hear my colleague mentioned and made reference to my comment on the payment of police, MP Roseberg, on the payment of police, but I didn't leave nothing in the air. I'm just saying what the minister stated. Through you, Madam Chair, also the Minister of Finance was on the radio station saying that if the budget 2025 don't pass, if opposition don't pass it, then opposition is against the payment of police. So I'm asking a question that was stated by the Honorable Minister yesterday. She said that the delayed payment of police has nothing to do with the delayed payment of budget 2025. So I'm asking then what is causing the delay. So I didn't put nothing in the air. I don't want nobody to speak for me. So just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Otley. MP Roseberg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to add to what I said before in regards to what was brought forward, the policy plans and the previous plans that I referred to and that MP Myers also added to, those are available through the minister. The minister has that in their possession. So I would like to know if these were reviewed and what the conclusion has been in regards to that, because it's not something new and has been brought up. So I hope that we can get clarity on that matter. Other than that, in regards to the several visits that were restricted, if that has been fixed, if the inmates are currently getting visits and telephone calls with their family members, and if that is also properly arranged with the ones in Bonaire. Other than that, in regards to the comment that was just made, I just would like to make it clear that it was mentioned in regards to the payments, that no payments would be able to be made. So I would like to get it clarified what the status is of that, because the public is listening. And if something was said on the radio or not, I'm not aware of that, but I would like to know what kind of consequences that can have for the people of St. Maarten. So just for that to be clarified, if in the past no payments were made or if that's incorrect. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. The next MP to speak is MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Lady, to you, to the Minister, Acting Minister of Justice, a quick question that I got from someone that just called me and asked me, what is the purpose of having a Van Rechtswege? If the minister could find that out, because what I understood the reason was for the Van Rechtswege, it seems that that is not what it is, but that information would be like, so the person could hear it live and direct. That is one. And Madam Chair, Lady, a little comment. There's a big difference between having something to say and have to say something. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, MP La Cruz, for your comments. Members of Parliament, these have been the extra. But before I close off, I give MP Lewis the floor. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really have a problem. The reason why I didn't elaborate much on things is because we have the Acting Minister of Justice here. And I was looking forward to have the actual Minister of Justice because I like to watch her straight in her eyes. The country will always have a staffing issue. This is a comment. It will always have a staffing issue, but it's the way that we manage. It is also known already that the Minister of Justice is not a social person. And sometimes I think we need to understand that the ministry that we have, and I'm going to keep saying it, is very social. The people are complaining that the minister does not touch base with them. They feel out of touch. And in order for you to get work done, you have to have that type of relationship with your staff. Whether you're short staff or not, people will work with you once you're willing to work with them. I hope the minister is listening and that this again can reign somewhere in her mind that she needs to become more of a social person. I understood that she moved from the main building as well and positioned herself at Illidge Road. That also proves to me that she's trying to distance herself from being around people. And if that is the case, then we're in the wrong position. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. I see MP Roseberg and MP Myers wishing to come back on the topic briefly, so I will allow them to do so, starting with MP Roseberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one additional question that I forgot to ask, because I asked in regards to the visits, but I also would like to know, seeing that rehabilitation, resocialization is a must, if the educational programs, if they have started as well, and also the work, because the law gives inmates the opportunity to work, if that has started as well. And if not, if there's any clarity when that will start. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. MP Myers, I see you two requesting the floor.
To the Honorable Minister, I forgot to ask, how long are the inmates, how long are they designated to remain in Bonaire? That's one. According to me, according to the information that I received, the reason in which the minister moved from the government building, the administration building, to 80 Illidge Road was because of the mold in her office, as such. So, and you know, it's a sad thing when we start to judge people's character. Not everyone is the same. I'm a personable person, but not everyone is the same. It does not necessarily mean that a person is incapable of the work, and it does not. And I know how it is to hold political positions, because I myself has held many political positions in this country, and I have been scrutinized that, now that I'm a minister or a commissioner, I feel that I'm white. Those were some of the comments that I've got along the way, because the misconception that people have is because they know of your name. They know the name Franklin Myers, they know the name Darrell York, or even MP Lyndon Lewis. They feel because they know the name, they know the person, and they know the moods of the person. Now, like I said, I say that to say not everyone is the same. And I believe that on the floor of Parliament, when we are talking about a particular person or any person, I think it's prudent to speak about their capabilities rather than their personality. I think that's the crux, and that's the importance of us keeping in here to a certain level, because if we start to talk about the personalities of people, it does not do this House any justice, or it does not do any justice to the people of this country. So let's try to keep the personalities out of it, and let's stick to the capabilities, whether somebody is actually capable of handling the function, yes or no. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Myers, and MP La Cruz. I give you the opportunity as well to briefly elucidate on whatever point you would like to elucidate.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I'm actually surprised to hear again today from the MP Myers that there is mold, because I was told yesterday there was no mold. So now today there is mold, and it's live and direct from the minister, from the MP Myers, that justice has moved because there is mold. So note to the Honorable Prime Minister, when coming back to answer those questions about mold, we're going to play the video from MP Myers back for him to hear. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Hold on. Thank you. Thank you, MP La Cruz. MP Janssen is requesting the floor, and then we have MP Myers as well. MP Janssen.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chairlady, and good afternoon to the Minister and her support staff and members in the Tribune and people listening in. I just wanted to add that I too would like to hear the tapes from yesterday, because I distinctly remember hearing the Prime Minister not only saying that there was mold, but saying that it has been going on for many, many years, and that there is a program in place, and that he has already started with the remediation of the mold issue. So specifically, the Prime Minister mentioned yesterday that yes, there is mold, there has been mold going on, oh yes, and he also added that because of the location of the government building, that there is mold and you can expect to have mold, and they're doing everything about it. So what MP La Cruz is saying is absolutely not the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Janssen. MP Myers, you still require the floor?
No, yes, Madam Chair, because I think it's because MP Myers' name was called, and I think it's important. Indeed, I would like to dovetail off of what MP Veronica Janssen-Webster said. The Prime Minister, in his presentation to Parliament, did acknowledge that there was mold, and one of the things that he did say was indeed because of the location and the moisture. He also went into detail on what they are going to do for mold remediation, and he also said that they have contracted a company that will be cleaning, doing a thorough flush on the vents every 6 months, and this was not done previously. So indeed, they did acknowledge that there was mold in the building. But again, Madam Chair, the mold in the building the mold in the building has been there. It has been there, as a matter of fact. It has been there from the inception of the building, because the building was closed up for many years before it became operational, and hence the mold. So, you know, former US President Theodore Roosevelt said, when you complain about something and you don't come with solutions, it's just whining. You know, and I think we're at the point in which we need to start to come with solutions to a lot of the problems that we face. And again, we will do better. We will do better as a country for it. We're here. I mean, the world is watching St. Maarten, and we're actually sitting down in Parliament discussing whether the building had mold in, or not. I mean, I don't know what to say, Madam Chair.
Okay, I don't believe that last part will be for long. You don't know what to say, but but thank you, MP. Thank you, MP Myers. MP La Cruz, I guess you too, because your name was mentioned, or you have a totally separate point?
I have a nice letter to read. Okay?
Before we go
I
read,
still have so how much minutes do I have, Madam Chair Lady?
hold on, you'll get your updated, let's do some subtraction there, and we are down to 19 minutes you have.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, on the 3rd of April, I sent a letter to the Prime Minister.
Okay.
And in the letter, I alluded and I explained to the Prime Minister that I do understand that the mold problem is not a problem that took place today, but I also explained in the letter to the Prime Minister what was done before. I also asked if any follow-up was done. I got a nice letter stating that tests were done in April, that there was no mold. All documents are in the IS, so you could go and read them yourselves, and that is why I made that comment. While no one seems to be taking it serious, there are people that are ill and getting ill in the government building, and now they're realizing it. Last year, September, was the first time that I rang on the bell again about the mold. So again, like I said, this is something that is serious and it's being played about. I got a nice AI letter, and that's what I said yesterday, because I took it and I scanned it and I put it in GTP chat checker, and it was 100%. Because that was the reply that I got. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
MP La Cruz. And Minister Gums, acting for the Minister of Justice, thank you for those answers provided to the members of Parliament. There are some additional questions and requests for clarification, and I will now offer you the opportunity to indicate when and how you would like to respond / come back on those few outstanding matters. The minister is briefly caucusing with her justice staff in order to let us know that. In the meantime, I can inform the members of Parliament and the general public that following this minister's presentation, so the presentation on behalf of Justice, we will be having the Minister of TIAT, who has indicated that she will follow the Minister of Finance, who is presenting on behalf of the Ministry of Justice. So with that little interjection there, I look to see, Minister, can you would want a few minutes to come back on when we can continue. So I am going to right now adjourn until 4:30 p.m. Meeting adjourned. Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is hereby reopened, allowing the Minister of Finance, Acting Minister of Justice, to present her views in terms of the few outstanding questions for justice, when and how those will be responded to. Minister Marinka Gums, acting for the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon once again. In reference to the follow-up questions by the honorable members of parliament, I would ask through you if those answers can be provided in writing.
The members who have asked questions, would you agree that these be part of, not just answered in writing, but to be part of the report of the Central Committee meeting, which of course we will get before we can assume the public meeting on the budget? MP Doran?
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair. 9 times out of 10, I don't oppose to these things, but given the sensitive nature of the entire justice situation, I think that it is important that these are answered publicly, and those that are more complex, if it could be written in writing. But when it comes to the frontline officers being insured, the situation at the prison, I think that there are a lot of people tuned in waiting to hear these answers, and sometimes things get lost in the paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Doran. MP Otley, you wanted to chime in on this, on my question?
Yes. Yes, Madam
MP
Chair.
Otley.
Madam Chair, I too, 9 out of 10, won't oppose, but I have to agree with my colleague, MP Duran, and I understand that the minister is acting, but due to the urgency of some of the questions, some of them, I do think. So the rest I would take in writing, but when it comes to the aforementioned by him, I would like in public.
Thank you, MP Otley. I see MP Labega wishes to chime in as well. MP Labega?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would take my questions in writing. That is no issue. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Labega. So here's what we'll do. Thank you, members of parliament, for your comments. And to the acting Minister of Justice, you have heard the responses. So what we're going to do, we will look at a time that you can come back to answer the questions, if possible today, yes. And then, as one of the MPs indicated, the more complicated ones that you might have to research to gather the information, those answers can be prepared to be included in the report of the Central Committee. Yes, indeed. And Minister, you also have to come back for a very few remaining questions in finance. So all of that is going to be scheduled. Members of Parliament will look at, firstly, allowing the Minister of TIAT to present her answers, and then we will work on the scheduling of the ministers who have still a few remaining questions to come and answer. So, Minister, we want to thank you for the presentation of the answers to the Justice Ministry questions, you and your staff. Thank you. Thank you for being here in Parliament. Members of Parliament, we are going to again adjourn just for 5 minutes, so that will be until 4:40 p.m., allowing this minister to take leave and prepare for the appearance of the Minister of TIAT. So meeting adjourned for 5 minutes as we change ministers. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the continuation of the Central Committee meeting handling the draft 2025 budget for St. Martin. Over the last couple of days, we have spent time starting with the explanation and elucidation to why we're here again with the budget 2025 after Parliament approved the budget 2025 in January of this year. Following that explanation and expose by the ministers of government, the members of Parliament were then able to pose questions on the topics and to the different ministries. Ministers have been returning to Parliament to respond to questions regarding their ministries. And actually, the last minister in the, for the lack of a better word, the first round is the Minister of TIAT, who is here with us this afternoon, Minister Grisha Heiliger Martin, along with her support staff. Welcome, Minister and support staff. And the Minister is ready and prepared to respond to the questions regarding the Ministry of TIAT. Welcome, Minister, and I immediately give you the floor to respond to the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to the Secretary General. Good afternoon to the honorable members of Parliament and to those listening and viewing online. I will start with first questions posed by MP La Cruz. Is there an update on how many of every single kind of licenses that was given out and their cost, like vendors' licenses, license amendments, all public transportation licenses, etc.? How many were given in the last year by counts? Car rentals, school buses, gaming license, all of them. The list of types is found on the website and needs to be presented to Parliament. Licenses issued are registered based on the license group type that they belong to. So the license issues are not broken down based on the list that is posted via the government's website. The count for the last year is about 916, of which business licenses and directors and cancellations were 2/3 of the total. No taxi and bus licenses were issued during this time. This table will be shared with Parliament with the references as well as a breakdown. In the last budget debate, the next question, it was spoken about issues with driving exams and the ideas. And were any of these ideas implemented? The complaints keep coming, and the population and the driving instructors are extremely frustrated. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, in response to the MP's questions, I can provide the following update. It was recommended that the legacy radio-based data link be decommissioned on May 20th, 2025. A dedicated fiber optic backbone was officially brought online. This new fiber connection has fully stabilized both the internet and the exam server environment, effectively eliminating the frequent outages that previously disrupted exam delivery. The ICT department is actively monitoring network uptime in real time to quickly detect and resolve any potential issues. The department is now initiating a move to a cloud-based testing platform and digitizing manual administrative workflows. This will streamline registration, scheduling, reset reporting, and real-time support, delivering a modern, customer-oriented service. The department intends to develop an in-house appointment system for both theory and practical exams and will digitize practical test scoring and records to enhance professionalism, transparency, and oversight. These measures established a resilient technical foundation through close collaboration with ICT and our own operational team, pave the way for a fully modernized professional and transparent driving exam service. The MP heard about the nice plans to have a meeting for the Phillipsburg master plan, but the budget is 50,000 guilders, and the MP would like to know how can I execute this plan with just that amount, or was that amount just was there to put the plan together? And many buildings need to be torn down, some needs to be done, and sometimes something needs to be done even if you have the mural painted on them. So I can say to the MP that we are only in the initial phase of the Phillipsburg's much-needed transformation process. The last major beautification project happened long before, but the recent town hall meeting generated essential feedback which will influence the final plan. The execution of this long-term vision will incorporate multiple breakout projects throughout its staged implementation process. Enthusiastic stakeholders' consultation indicated that public-private partnerships will play an important role to reduce costs for some initiatives. We would like to start the initial projects this year, while more costly implementation will take place. And to answer the part where it stated that the 50,000, that is mainly just to come up with the beautification plan in itself. Can we get a real update on the marketplace? Market vendors are complaining, and can we get a real outline on it? The Phillipsburg marketplace reconstruction is a top priority, and we recognize all vendors concerned, and we are currently awaiting adjustments to the architectural drawings. Once these changes reach completions, construction activities will begin. Were any cost-cutting measures put in place in the last year, along with any revenue-generating measures? The ministry did not have any cost-cutting measures last year. However, we did provide revenue-generating measures to be worked on in 2025, which will hopefully be reflected in Budget 2026. Said measures that can lead to an increase in revenues is as follows: hotel tax, timeshare tax, and ODM in compliance. Should said measures be reviewed, implemented, and adopted, it can anticipate to have additional revenues. A table with further elucidation will be provided to the Member of Parliament for further review and analysis. Next question. We always got a report from the airport for how many flights and passengers came in and from where they came from for marketing reasons. So can the minister send those reports for the same months, February, March, April, May, as above, and to see if the numbers make any sense? Yes, we can. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, we can. And as we receive it, we will be sharing this data with the Member of Parliament, and we will submit it accordingly to the Parliament as well. Next question. It was mentioned for specific resorts where 20,000 people stayed. Can we see these specifics from those? Walking around at Soul Beach, there were complaints there where they compared the event to Aruba. And the MP is asking if you can get a plan on where we are today and the pitfalls and such to do better for next year's Soul Beach, and the number we expect and the revenues that will be generated, not big stories. So the answer to that is, while preliminary figures were shared during early discussions, of which no mention of 20,000 people were mentioned, I would prefer to refrain from stating any further numbers at this time. This is to avoid any premature conclusions, unnecessary speculations, or politicized interpretations of data that is still being reviewed. The intent has always been to be transparent and engage stakeholders meaningfully. Unfortunately, some of the openness is now being taken out of context, which only distracts from the real work being done to improve our events and outcomes. That said, a comprehensive overview, including of visitor data and economic impact, feedback, and lessons learned, will be shared once the SER concludes its independent study. From there, we can provide a clear outline of where we stand today, the challenges encountered, and how we intend to improve for decision-making on the way forward. And that was the final questions posed by MP La Cruz. Next, we go on to MP Egbert Duran. First question. MP is asking, when I took office, what exactly was already in place in terms of the marketplace, market vending place? Where were the permits of reference drafted, building permits issued, a contractor selected? What remained to be done? Want to hear from the minister's perspective all the steps that were taken and needs to be taken in order to execute the whole marketplace. The dossier indicated that former administration had architectural drawings and selected a contractor. However, it is important to note that these foundational steps did not cover all necessary elements required to commence the project. The approval from the Royal Caribbean Group, who is co-financier of the project, had yet to be given their approval. Next question. The MP requests that the minister to walk through the full timeline of what happened under the minister's watch and what advanced and stalled and why. Upon submission of preliminary drawings, Royal Caribbean Group gave their feedback along with their inquiries. The Ministry of ROMI, particularly the Department of New Works, requested the contractors to perform a soil test to design the marketplace with the potential to support future additional levels should it be required. Our efforts experienced various delays because of such. The soil test results showed that additional more levels would need piling, which cannot be implemented under existing circumstances. Our design team is finalizing the necessary drawings according to Royal Caribbean Group's concerns and recommendations, and we anticipate completing this revision soon so that the construction can start without delay. Minister, next question. Minister announced that this project would be a priority. Is it still the case for the minister today, and how is it being reflected in the minister's actions? Yes, it is absolutely still a priority. I want, through you, Madam Chair Lady, to begin by sincerely acknowledging the hardship and financial loss our market vendors have endured due to the delays. We fully recognize the impact this has had, not only on their businesses, but also on their families and daily livelihood, and I assured the MP that it has not gone unnoticed. While the original intention was to move forward swiftly, some unforeseen procedural requirements, including coordination with ministries, caused unavoidable delays. That said, my team is now working diligently to finalize all remaining steps so constructions can begin as soon as possible. To support the vendors during this transition, we are actively exploring temporary relief options in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and VROMI, aimed to helping the vendors recover and stay afloat until the new marketplace is completed. In addition, we've recently launched a dedicated WhatsApp communication channel through which we will provide vendors with weekly updates, important notices, because we believe communication and transparency is key. The revitalization of the marketplace is not just a promise. It is a commitment where we follow through with, step by step, in partnership with the co-financiers and our vendors. Next question, what is the real issue holding up at this moment across which department? The Ministry of ROMI is best positioned to provide a detailed explanation regarding the delays within its scope. However, it should be noted that the decision to conduct a soil test based on technical consideration resulted in unforeseen but significant delay in overall timeline. Interministerial coordination remains ongoing to ensure the project moves forward as efficiently as possible. Next question, vendors said that they would receive answers by the end of June. Can the minister clarify what is expected, what exactly they will receive, and what made the June target? As I recall, the Minister of ROMI communicated to the vendors that construction will be expected to begin by the end of June. This timeline was based on internal planning and technical assessments within the ministry. Can the minister share a timeline of remaining milestones, soil tests, bidding process, construction start, project completion for the marketplace? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I will provide a high-level summary of what took place each month, or what took place in general, and do note that this timeline will also be provided in time and to Parliament in writing for their perusal. So starting in May, up to now, to date, we did initial consultations, we designed, the design was completed, project and payment schedule reviewed, groundbreaking happened, which we knew that happened in August. Then we had a groundbreaking ceremony with the groundbreaking ceremony with the vendors. A site preparation happened, and then file construction drawings finalized, and then Royal Caribbean Group comments was resolved, and then the supervision tender questions answered, and then project shed installed, and then we had a soil investigation completed, and last but not least, an update meeting with the vendors in collaboration with the Minister of ROMI and myself. Next question. Since the relocation, how were the vendors feeling at first, and how do they feel now based on the minister's understanding? What has the ministry actually done to assist the vendors in the hardship to date? Not not future promises, but real ongoing support. What real solutions are being considered to assist the vendors? Right now, we know that the vendors are struggling. What can be done in here and now during the budget debate to ease some of their burdens? MP is of the opinion that accountability needs to be recognized somewhere, somehow, and there was a full plan in place. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I want to begin by acknowledging the very real frustration and hardship the vendors have endured since the relocation. And when I met with them recently, I stood before them not just as minister, but as someone who truly understands. And as MP back then, I made a promise that we would get this project off the ground. So yes, I stood there with a sense of personal accountability and humility. Long before taking office, I made it my business to stay in touch with the vendors, and I visited them, exchanged messages with them, and members of my team conducted site visits to understand their situation and begin gathering data that could inform real solutions. Since taking up this role, I've explored several avenues to ease their burden, including the possibility of waiving or reducing license fees. Unfortunately, I was advised by the Ministry of Finance and not the Minister of Finance that such a measure is not currently permissible under the present framework. That said, both cabinets, mine and that of the Minister of Finance, has committed to further discussions to explore what may still be possible in short term. We also attempted to launch the Stop and Shop initiative to stimulate foot traffic to the vendors area, but this too faced challenges related to safety, logistics, and infrastructure that required more work before it can be responsibly implemented. What I want to make clear through you, Madam Chair Lady, to the MP, is that every solution that could be considered have been considered, and I will continue to explore ways to engage with key entities such as GEBE and the Tax Department with the assistance of the Council of Ministers to find short-term relief options for these vendors, many of whom are working under very difficult circumstances. This is not just about a market. It's about livelihood. It is about dignity. And while I fully understand the frustration of the vendors, I ask that the Parliament also recognize that I too am frustrated, not because I don't care, but because I care deeply and I am fighting daily to get it right for them and the stakeholders involved. I have not taken this lightly, and neither has my team. What is needed now is a collective political will, not political posturing. The vendors deserve better than this, to be used as pawns in a debate, and I remain steadfast with the cooperation of all stakeholders, and we will bring this project to a successful conclusion. Next question. Madam Chair Lady, can I get a little silence so I can concentrate? Please. Thank you.
Members of Parliament, the sound is coming through. If you would please pay attention to that. Thank you. Minister, you may continue.
Yes. Thank you. Did the festival meet the expectation on financial return, positive exposure? MP wants to receive a clear, balanced view. Minister mentioned an initial return of 4,000 people and spent some $4,000. MP would like clarity on that and if that can be provided. Our preliminary results show very promising outcomes. Based on discussions, the festival brought in approximately 2,500 extra visitors who made positive contribution to local businesses. The current numbers should be considered provisional, according to my previous statement. As mentioned in my previous response, we have tasked the Social Economic Council to carry out an independent assessment that will provide a balanced evaluation of both the financial returns and positive exposure generated by the festival. The initial reports show promising results, which could indicate that the festival surpassed our expectations, but we must wait for validated data before reaching final conclusion. After the SAD completes its evaluation, the public will receive their full report, which details both the precise economic impact and the general positive benefits to tourism and our local economy. Next question, how were the preliminary returns calculated? How was it measured? What factual data was used? Did tax office provide returns? How was this done so quick? The preliminary returns mentioned during the press briefing were based on conservative estimates compiled from early observations and standard economic impacts. These initial figures were not presented as final, but as indicative of the positive potential the event had on the economy. The estimation was calculated using a basic formula commonly applied in tourism impact assessment. 2,500 visitors, an average stay of 5 to 6 nights, and an average spend of 1,500 per person, which includes hotels, accommodation, car rentals, taxis, restaurants, shoppings, and tours. This yields a project economic injection in millions, specifically tied to visitors related actively during the festival period. It is important to clarify that there are no official tax figures. The tax office was not the source of these numbers, nor were they involved in this early phase. These are preliminary economic impact projections used to provide a sense of scale, pending more detailed analysis. Again, to ensure full transparency and data integrity, we formally requested the Social Economic Council to carry out an independent evaluation of both the social and economic effects of the festival. Their methodology will involve a more rigorous approach using actual data from various sources, including business surveys, stakeholder feedback, and potential tax and economic performance indicators. The SERL's final report will become the official basis for future decisions and will be made publicly available once completed. Our goal is to make informed, evidence-based decisions that reflect both the opportunities and the challenges. And while these early estimates are promising, we await the comprehensive findings from the SER to validate and guide the next steps. Next question. The Sint Maarten Tourism Bureau played a key supporting role in the execution of Soul Beach Music Festival 2025. That is indeed correct. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, STB strategically aligned its public relations and marketing efforts with the festival's international promotion, leveraging its networks in the US, Caribbean, and Canadian markets to maximize visibility and audience reach. Beyond marketing, STB provided on-ground assistance to the Soul Beach team throughout their time on the island and helping to address any questions or logistics needs that arose locally. This level of support ensured smooth coordination and allowed the visiting team to remain focused on delivering a successful event. The digital and social media exposure generated will also be captured in the ongoing economic impact study conducted by the SER. Next question. How was the festival marketed, and does the minister feel that it reached the full extent of its potential? Thank you, through you, Madam Chair Lady, MP, for that question. As someone with a background in marketing and communication, I approached this event with clear eyes and high standards. From the outset, my first discussion with Soul Beach Music Festival promoters was focused squarely on their reach. Where are they targeting? Who are they targeting? How are they targeting them? And how could we support and amplify that strategy to ensure maximum impact for Sint Maarten? To be very clear, through you, Madam Chair Lady, yes, I believe the festival was effectively marketed. And no, I do not believe we left potential untapped, particularly when you consider that this was Soul Beach's first time back on the island since 1995. This historical gap alone came with both challenges and opportunities in our marketing, and our marketing had to overcome unfamiliarity while building excitement and trust. The Soul Beach Music Festival is not a local street fair or a standard music event. It is built on a destination marketing model, and its success hinges on bringing in high-spending, experience-driven travelers from outside of the island. That meant our promotional strategy had to be international, intentional, and data-informed. Marketing approach of the target audience. What did we do? The core target audience, who did they target? This was affluent African-American professionals ages 30 to 55 from U.S. cities such as Atlanta, New York, Washington, D.C., Chicago, Los Angeles, and Houston, and Miami. Individual groups seeking upscale experiences, including sororities, fraternities, couples, and corporate travelers. What kind of medium did they use? What kind of marketing media did they use? They used traditional mediums, such as radio campaigns, all on well-known radio stations in DC, Atlanta, New York, LA, and Miami, something we've never been able to tap into, I don't think, in history. Digital, social media, of course, their Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, target email campaigns, YouTube digital ads. They used marketing, they used influencers, strategic posts and appearances by well-known influencers and celebrities. Airlines, they also did marketing strategic partnerships with airlines, hotels, tourism agencies, and local sponsors. And on the ground, there were signage, branding booths, merchandise, and live content during the event. Each of these channels were chosen not by chance, but by design, to reach a high-value travel audience that spends on hotels, restaurants, transportation, and excursions at all critical drivers of economic growth for our local economy. Let me help you with one question through you, Madam Chairlady. Did everything go perfectly? Of course not. No first-time event of this magnitude does, but the energy, the branding, the economic lift, the buzz created abroad indicated that their investment was sound. We now have the opportunity to build on this success, refine where needed, and push even further using this momentum not only to boost tourism, but to position St. Maarten as a luxury destination for premium events year-round. So yes, through you, Madam Chairlady, I stand firmly behind the marketing plan and the results we've seen, and I remain committed to doing even more to expand our island's visibility and growth through intelligence, targeted, and strategic promotion. Next question. If we host Soul Beach again, will the ministry make it a point to include local artists and talent more prominently in the event for future reference? From the beginning, through you, Madam Chairlady, I made it a personal priority to ensure that the creative energy of St. Maarten would not be sidelined in the international event of this scale. Local DJs, musicians, performers were woven into event experience, not only at official parties, but beach events, but as part of the broader cultural atmosphere that made this edition of Soul Beach so unique. And for the first time in the history of Soul Beach, I proposed and implemented something bold, a carnival crossover during the White Party. This wasn't just a performance slot. It was a transformative cultural moment. With my full support, host G Money took the mic and announced, for the next 30 to 45 minutes, Soul Beach will be transformed into Soca Beach. In that moment, a soulful R&B music festival made space for the infectious rhythm of soca and the vibrant energy of St. Maarten Carnival. This was the first time soca was introduced at Soul Beach, and the crowd's reaction said it all. It was electric. Local carnival music, local performance, local revelers took over the venue. For the first time, international guests got a real taste of what they missed during Carnival, and many of them told us afterwards that they are now considering returning for Carnival itself. That's cultural cost promotion done right. So yes, local talent was involved and will continue to be involved more prominently, more intentionally, and more proudly, because our culture is not an afterthought, it's an asset. And as we await for the findings of the economic impact study, the ministry is already reviewing how we can further integrate local music, art, cuisine, and entrepreneurship into every layer of this event like these. That includes not only stage time for performance, but vendor space, product showcasing, culinary features, and more. This is not just about entertainment. It is about ownership of our narratives and showcasing the best of St. Maarten on our international stage. And that will remain the standard going forward, not the exception. Next question. What is the Tourism Bureau's strategy vision right now, especially regarding diversification beyond cruise ships and big events? St. Maarten's strategic vision is for tourism is centered on diversification, both in markets reach and visitor profile, as a means to build resilience to complement our efforts to expand traditional cruise traffic and large-scale events. The Tourism Bureau is repositioning its efforts into efforts to focus on value over volume by attracting stayover visitors, digital nomads, and high-intent travelers through a more targeted, data-driven marketing approach. To achieve this, we are shifting towards direct marketing strategies and social media first campaigns that allow us to speak directly to consumers in real time with content that is localized, engaging, and conversion-oriented. Social media will no longer be just a support tool. It will become a center driver to brand storytelling, destination education, and travel planning. In sum, our marketing policy is evolving to be more agile, inclusive, and performance-driven, positioning St. Maarten as a year-round multi-marketing destination known for its authenticity, connectivity, and unmatched experience, and well beyond the cruise pier. Next question. Has the Bureau done any specific satisfaction surveys on feedback sessions with hoteliers, small business owners, taxi drivers? If so, what were the results and how will we act on the feedback given? As mentioned previously, our preliminary findings were only preliminary and we will await the independent economic impact study from the SER. Next question. Can the statistics be given as to how many flights we had in May 2024 compared to May 2025 to justify the 3,000 that was so-called to the island, so-called came to the island for Soul Beach? As per your request, MP, through you, Madam Chair Lady, in May 2024, we had 2,275 flights. The number of arriving flights for May 2025 has not been finalized yet by the airport. Once we have that, we will send that accordingly. I think the final question. MP said he heard of a situation of a local business person in order for Soul Beach to host their event at this particular local establishment on the Dutch side. This individual had to sign an agreement to give them 30% of their profit. We're talking about public funds being used to subsidize an event, not properly marketing according to the MP, but then we go to exploit our businesses. As it did not go their way, the event was held on the French side, according to the MP. And what is the minister's view on this situation like this? Our taxpayers' money went to Soul Beach and they tried to exploit the local business persons. So the answer to that is local DJs and music artists were indeed part of Soul Beach Music Festival 2025, and they brought great energy representation to the event. Their performances were well received, and their involvement reflects the ministry's ongoing commitment to ensure local talent. No, this is the wrong answer. I don't know. 1 minute, Madam Chair Lady.
Sure, Minister.
You have to, can I come back to that? You'll find out what I kind of mixed up an answer. So next question, I'll pause and I'll get back to the question from MP Duran. Next question posed by MP Lyndon Lewis. 1 minute. What are the expected measures, outcomes of the 100,000 guilders investment in tourism product development, and how will it return on the how will the return on investment be assessed? These funds will be used for CLIA membership to develop a database network of St. Maarten's travel agency specialists and hosting of media and influencers and travel agents. So our measures, outcomes are increased in destination awareness, increased in bookings and consumer reach, and increase in arrival. What key performance indicators are in place to track the success of the campaign, like Sweet St. Maarten, Spice and Fête de la Cuisine? The two events mentioned have not taken place for a few years, but two vital KPIs for St. Maarten's when supporting and partnering with special events organizer that brings visitors to the island is attendance and reach. So the amount of regional and international attendance and the PR social media consumer reach for the destination awareness and creating of a travel need to the destination. That's the focus. How many direct and indirect jobs are projected to create as a result of tourism events and marketing campaigns outlined in the budget? While it is difficult to quantify the exact number of direct and indirect jobs that will result from the tourism events and marketing outlined in the budget. What we can confidently state is that these events are designed to stimulate economic activities across multiple sectors. This economic stimulation helps sustain employment for those already engaged in the tourism and hospitality sectors, while also contributing to increased demand and related fields such as event support, transportation, entertainment, and small business services. It is also important to note that the interministerial efforts are actively underway to ensure that economic growth to the tourism sector translate into tangible opportunities for our people. So tourism remains our main economic pillar for the economy, and through intentional and well-executed events and campaigns. We're not only promoting St. Maarten internationally, but actively working to safeguard the livelihoods at home. Next question. How does the ministry ensure that growth in tourism contribute to long-term sustainable economic development and is not limited to seasonal consumption spikes? So to ensure that tourism growth contributes to long-term and sustainable economic development rather than short-term seasonal spikes is a top priority for this ministry. This means moving beyond traditional models of tourism promotion and focusing instead on integrated planning, smart governance, and inclusive economic growth. To that end, we recognize that the tourism master plan must be updated to reflect the realities and opportunities of today. This includes a renewed focus on 4 key pillars: economic diversification, resilience, destination management, and interministerial governance. The goal is to ensure that the tourism acts as a sustainable engine for broader social economic progress rather than a siloed sector with isolated benefits. So the cornerstone of this effort is the carrying capacity study, which is currently in the proposal stage. This study will provide essential data on the island's environmental, infrastructural, and human capacity to observe and benefit from tourism in a balanced way. It will serve as the evidence for the base of setting thresholds, guiding investments, development policies that prioritize quality over quantity in our visitor economy. So beyond strategic planning, the ministry is also taking account to ensure that the tourism growth translates into tangible benefits, and we are working in close collaboration with the Ministry of VSA, Education and Economic Affairs to align tourism development with workforce readiness, vocational training, entrepreneurship support, and innovation. This includes upscaling our youth, creating pathways for small business owners to plug into tourism value chain, and leveraging tourism to stimulate other sectors such as agriculture and the creative industries and tech industry. Furthermore, by embracing a sustainable tourism practice, expanding into niche markets, and promoting year-round tourism through diversified experience, such as heritage tourism, medical tourism, agro-tourism, wellness, yachting, and cultural trails, we can flatten the curve of seasonality and build a more predictable, equitable, and future-proof tourism economy. Ultimately, sustainability is not just about preserving the environment, it is also about ensuring that tourism benefits all of St. Maarten all year round. Next question. What is the expected economic impact of the Embassy Cruises campaign of 90,000 guilders, and how is the effectiveness of the cruise to stay over conversion being tracked? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, at this time I would like to kindly request clarification on this question, as neither the Tourism Bureau nor the Port has confirmed an execution of a campaign value at 90,000 guilders specifically tied to MSC. So if you could get more clarity on that, would be great, and I'll maybe answer the MP. Next question, is the budget allocation of 48,600 sufficient for meaningful and lasting revitalization of Phillipsburg area? No, this amount is not enough, and we only hope to increase this budget amount for budget 2026 once the master plan is completed. To what extent is the ministry using data from the Tourism Exit Survey, the TESS, and the Tourism Satellite Account, TSA, to inform and adjust the tourism policy? The ministry utilizes data collected by the Department of Statistics through the TESS, the Tourism Exit Survey, to support evidence-based policy making. The TESS provides key insights into visitor demographics, spending patterns, satisfaction levels, and areas for improvement. This data is regularly evaluated and used to inform strategic planning, identify gaps, adjust tourism policies to align with current trends and stakeholder needs. Although there's always room to strengthen the integration of data into policy frameworks, the ministry remains committed to working closely within its respective departments and other partners to ensure that decisions are grounded in reliable and timely information. Currently, we do not conduct a TSA. We are looking to ascertain how we can or should do this so in the near future. So the TSA will offer a broader economic view of tourism contribution to the national economy. Next question, what contingency and recovery strategies are in place to protect tourism activities in event of a natural disasters and geopolitical disruption? Through you, Madam Chair, Lady, this ministry acknowledges that safeguarding St. Maarten tourism against natural disasters and global disruption is essential to building a resilient and sustainable economy. So in the case of a natural disaster, the lead coordinating entity is the Emergency Support Function, the Emergency Support Function 10, ESF 10, which is responsible for tourism and critical infrastructures. ESF 10 plays a critical role in visitor protection, including the coordination of evacuation and repatriation efforts in collaboration with the Port of St. Maarten and the Princess Juliana International Airport and the Emergency Operating Center, the EOC. Post-disaster and the Ministry of TIAT works alongside key stakeholders to restore visitors' confidence through coordinated recovery campaigns, aligned airline and cruise line engagement, and reopening of critical tourism infrastructure. In addition to this, the established ESF protocols for natural disaster, which ensure visitor safety and coordination on evacuation and recovery, the ministry has recently introduced a new smart concept virtual concierge, accessible via Alexa, and in-room portals across vacation rentals. This innovative tools allows to push real-time alerts and emergency notification directly to tourists during the natural event, provide instant updates and recovery efforts, reopening timelines and practical information, visitor information, and reinforce trust and communication, key to bringing tourists back once conditions stabilize. So regarding now the geopolitical risk, the question posed by the MP, we continue to pursue broader market diversification to avoid reliance on any one travel source, strengthen sectors like agriculture, entrepreneurship to support local livelihood, and ongoing monitoring of international developments, especially in the North, where we monitor the North America, coupled with any regulatory oversights, price monitoring, and competition safeguards to maintain stability. So together, these measures and comprehensive emergency communication, technology information, economic agility, and regulatory readiness ensure that St. Maarten remains resilient and responsive in face of both natural and global disruption. Next question. How is the ministry working with the airlines to extend tourist length of stay over on the island, tourist length of stay on the island? The ministry continues to work closely with airline partners to strengthen airlift in a way that supports a longer visit stay and year-round tourism. Our strategy includes negotiating sustainable flight schedule, particularly during the off-peak months, to encourage extended vacation and fill seasonal gaps in hotels. A key tactic is promoting niche tourism segments such as MICE, the meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions, wellness retreats, and cultural festivals and culinary tourism. These segments naturally attract visitors who stay longer and spend more and are less dependent on seasonal pricing. While promoting travel during the hurricane season does come with challenges, building trust through consistent airlift, stable destination branding, and transparent safety protocols helps mitigate those concerns for both airlines and visitors. Importantly, our efforts are not conducted in isolation. The Ministry of TIAT collaborates with PGIA, the Port, Land Sint Maarten, and industry stakeholders to represent a unified destination proposition when engaging with carriers. Airlines want assurance that the destination is aligned politically, economically, and operationally, and there is a clear demand supported by reliable data. So further, our use of digital tools and travel trends analysis allows us to back up route developments proposal with meaningful metrics in length of stay, spend per visitors, and emerging source markets. Ultimately, when we show up with a comprehensive plan, strong public-private collaboration, and a regional approach to tourism, we are in far better position to secure routes that are not only viable for carriers, but also deliver a long-term economic value for St. Maarten. Next question. What efforts are being made to promote tourism in lesser-known areas of St. Maarten to reduce congestion and promote equitable economic benefits? Thank you, MP, through you, Madam Chair Lady, for that important question. Every destination has a high traffic zone that draws visitors more easily, whether due to convenience, visibility, amenities, or established word of mouth. In St. Maarten, we recognize that while their areas contributed greatly to the visitor economy, there are also great congestion, uneven economic benefits, and strain on local infrastructure, especially during peak season. The ministry's approach acknowledges a key reality. We cannot simply instruct visitors to explore lesser-known areas. We must give them compelling reasons to go there. That means creating environments and experiences that are attractive, accessible, and marketable and safe. To that end, we're pushing multi-pronged strategies. So district enhancement, beautification, economic zoning and infrastructure support, community-driven experience development, smart marketing partnership with the OTAs, like Expedia and TripAdvisor. This strategy isn't just tourism dispersal, it's also, it's about, This strategy isn't about tourism dispersal, it's about economic inclusion. By helping more communities participate meaningfully in visitor economy, we can ensure tourism benefits are felt across the entire island, not just in high traffic corridors. Ultimately, the goal is more balanced, resilient, and equitable tourism product, and an equitable tourism product, one that showcases the fully diversity of St. Maarten's people, culture, and charm. Next question posed by MP. Lewis. Are there targeted marketing plans for returning visitors and repeat tourism using personalized content? Thank you. I don't know if I could do this and talk, but I'll try. Let me repeat the question. Are there targeted marketing plans for returning visitors and repeat tourism using personalized content or loyal campaigns? Through you, Madam Chair Lady. Yes, MP, there are targeted marketing efforts in place to engage them. Personalized contacts, email retargeting, loyalty perks, and tailored efforts are all part of the strategy to deepen brand affinity and encourage repeat stays. So these initiatives are being developed in collaboration with the airport, airline partners, hotels, and booking platforms using data-driven insights to speak directly to past visitors based on their travel and behavior preferences. So several of these loyalty focus, Several of these loyalty-focused concepts will be formally rolled out and highlighted in the upcoming 2026-2027 budget cycle as part of a broader digital marketing transformation and customer retention strategy. Next question posed by MP Omar Otley. The marketplace, it was already set to go during the MP's tenure and as minister, and every day they are mentioned how they are suffering, what is the holdup. It is understood that there is a problem with VRAMI and the holdup, and then the minister wants to know what's the process needs to get going as soon as possible for the people. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I share the MP's concern and the project paused while VRAMI's technical team completed the soil and structural studies required for more possible revised multi-story design based on their recommendation to maximize usage space of government-owned properties. I didn't read that correctly. Maybe I should read it again. Sorry. So the project paused while VRAMI's technical team completed the soil and structural studies required for a possible revised multi-story design based on their recommendation to maximize the usable space of government-owned properties. Now that it has been determined that this is not feasible, the necessary adjustments are being finalized, and my ministry is working with both VRAMI, and so the construction can begin as soon as possible. Questions posed by MP Darrell York. The MP requests the drawings of the first and second designs. The drawings will be shared with Parliament accordingly. Yeah. Via the Minister of VRAMI, the drawings will be shared. Who was in the evaluation committee? What was their findings in writing? The evaluation committee consisted of 3 civil servants, the senior policy advisor from the Staff Bureau, TIAT, the senior officer for the economic license, TIAT, and the project manager for new projects for VRAMI. The committee concluded their work with a written report outlining their findings. Next question. Email communication between Royal Caribbean and the ministry. Did Royal Caribbean approve the initial design? What was their feedback? Based on the initial communication with the Royal Caribbean Group, a list of pending documents was provided for further handling, which indicates that they had not yet given approval for the project's commencement. Next question, was VRAMI included in the term of reference for the new design? Was there a term of reference for the new design? No term of reference was formally established. Did VRAMI contribute to the deliverables that were placed in the term of reference? No, they did not, as no term of reference was established. Which budget post was used for the new design? The budget post used for this project was capital expenses budget, post 1108-8240, tourism product development. Was there a tender for the new design? No, there was no tender for the new design, as the total cost did not supersede 50,000 guilders. How much did the new design cost? The answer was below 50,000 guilders. Who paid for the structural calculations to be done? The contractor paid for the structural calculation. Who paid for the soil test? The contractor paid for the soil test. How much did the soil test cost? The soil test cost approximately 25,000 guilders. Who's paying for the vendors for damages of lost businesses? As mentioned previously, Cabinet and the Ministry of Finance and TIAT will continue to explore possibility to further express by the vendors. Next question, the MP requested billing permit of the initial design. Again, this will be provided to the MP via the Minister of the VRAMI, along with the drawings. Next question, as of today, June the 9th, the Minister of TIAT is the Minister of TIAT in possession of the billing permit for the new design? No, we are not. We do not. Next question, Soul Beach. MP requests the report on the passengers' arrival for the months of April, May, June for the years 2016, 2023, 2024, and 2025. Some of the stayover tourism during those same time periods. So the arrival figures for April and May 2025 has not been finalized, as mentioned earlier, and these are the figures for the stayover cruise for April to June 2016, 2023, 2024. Oh, okay, so stayover arrivals, April 2016 is 50,441. May 2016, 36,209. June 2016, 36,435. And then April 2023, 36,086. May 2023, 27,789. June 2023, 26,776. April 2026, 35,400. April 2024, 35,410. May 2024, 29,181. June 2024, 27,479. Total cruise arrivals for April 2016, and this is the year 2016, April 126,669. May 81,747. June 76,985. And then we have
Minister,
20.
with your indulgence, because I too was going to suggest something about those listings, but I see that MP York, you wanted to make a comment. Is it regarding, what is it regarding? Let me put it that way.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's regarding the same thing you were going to mention as it pertains to the arrivals and the stayovers, especially for cruise and airport. I don't mind getting that in right.
Yeah. Minister, if you could just send us those listings, especially the numbers that you're mentioning, okay. And then you just continue with the answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. Thank you, Minister. You may continue.
And this, the rest is also, this is what was the amount sponsored, this one I can do. What was the amount sponsored to Regatta in 2023, 2024, 2025? Same for Carnival, same for, for Kuali Chief Festival. Carnival 2023 was 40,500. 2024, 200,000. 2025, 600,000. Heineken Regatta 2023, 150,000. 2024, 159,000. 2025, 150,000 guilders. Qualici 2023, 180,000. 2024, 0. How many visitors did Qualici Festival have in 2023 and 2024? The tourism exit survey takes place 4 times a year based on the available budget for March, June, September, and December. Only through mediums such as tourism exit survey will we be able to know if visitors came specifically for Qualici, for the Qualici Festival. The promoter has submitted a report. However, said numbers has not been verified. Next question, how much was sponsored to the St. Maarten Festival in 2023, 2024, 2025, and what were the numbers of visitors in 2023 and 2024? 2023 was 180,000, 2024 was 180,000, 2025 was 90,000, and again, I can't give a specific amount of how much came in because we did not have the exit survey done at that time, to be clear. Have all contractors that worked with our For Soul Beach been paid? The ministry supplied financial support for the festival, but did not handle contracts with local suppliers and service providers. As customary, the event organizers managed all contractual arrangements with their vendors. Next question, has there been a commitment given by Soul Beach to the government on Soul Beach returning next year? Answer, no formal request has been received and no commitment has been given to the government for the next, by the government for the next year. The event promoters has expressed great enthusiasm for for repeating the event based on feedback from attendees and social media sentiments has been overwhelming and positive. We are awaiting the SAD report to conclude their report, which will assess the full social and economic impact before finalizing our full future strategy. Next question. Carnival economic stats. How many people came to the island for Carnival, and what was the amount in 2023, 2024, 2025, and how much did the average tourism spent for Carnival during those years? The tourism exit survey again takes place, I think I repeated that already, and only through mediums like this can we really tell and be specific and get specific details. A Carnival edition of the test was last done in 2017, but I think it's even earlier than that. I need to clarify that. I think even earlier than that. The average expense at the time was $141.55 per person. We are currently working with SCDF to establish a partnership agreement, and as we work towards finalizing this draft agreement, we are actively discussing methods to jointly market Carnival to reach a larger international audience. Next question. How do we quantify the merit and investment and economic gain of Carnival? A multi-dimensional analysis that extends to more than simple financial measurements must be conducted to actually determine Carnival's merit and economic benefits, considering that although Carnival attracts visitors, it is predominantly attended by residents. Therefore, the evaluation of Carnival's economic contribution needs to measure local spending on food, beverages, and retail, etc., while also considering how this spending stimulates the wider economy. So demographic factors, including both population spending capacity and visitor participation, a long-term value of Carnival require an examination of qualitative benefits like cultural identity and reinforcement and its effects on strengthening community pride. On the contrast, events such as Soul Beach targeting international visitors required evaluation through a specific economic indicator like higher hotel occupancy rates and longer visitors' stays, which directly reflects revenues generating from the room tax, turnover tax, wage tax, etc. Next question. Has the government regulated food storage with various food suppliers on the island, and what is the cost for such? No formal regulation of food storage has been implemented at this time. However, the government continued to proactive communication channels with major wholesalers to ensure coordination in event of disasters. These stakeholders have been informed of the government's expectations and their mutual understanding that in times of crisis, priority will be given to government needs to support the wider population and as such, while there is no cost associated with regulated storage, the groundwork has been laid to ensure rapid and preferential access to food supplies during emergencies. Next question. Will there be a control team put in place to prevent price gouging? Madam Chair Lady, I share MP York's concern that residents and businesses must never be left vulnerable to sudden price spikes. That is why under the hurricane season price control framework, I'll just wait for a little silence, then I'll continue.
Members, again, the sound comes across louder than you might think. Minister, you may proceed when you're ready.
While will there be control team put in place to prevent price gouging? So I mentioned earlier that is why under the hurricane season price control framework, the Inspectorate of TIAT will keep a steady watch on the cost of essentials of fuel, water, food, and building supplies. During these months, controllers will conduct routine visits to wholesalers and retailers to verify that price remain within the prescribed maximums. Moreover, the moment a tropical storm or hurricane is forecasted to arrive within 72 hours, the inspector department will switch into an enhanced enforcement mode, carrying out daily target inspections of the most critical items. After the storm has passed, heightened security will continue until supply chains and consumer demands have fully stabilized, at which point we will seamlessly return to our regular monitoring schedule. This two-tiered approach directly ensures fair, predictable pricing all season long and delivers rapid escalation of oversight pricing when our community needs it most. For complaints or concern, consumers can send email to ieta@stmartengov.org. That's ieta@stmartengov.org. And in the subject, type price violation. Include as many products details as possible and copy of the receipts of invoice, if available. Next question. For the CAPEX, is there mention of a beautification project for Phillipsburg? Recently, the minister held a town hall on the matter. The MP understand that bricks are being evaluated and whether to keep them or to replace them as asphalt. Does this fall under the beautification for the Ministry of TIAT, or does this specific part fall under the Ministry of ROMI? Who will be paying, seeing that the minister did say that the drainage will be tackled, and I didn't see anything of sort, according to the MP, as it pertains to ROMI in the budget. So if this falls under ROMI, where can this be found? The answer to that question, through you, Madam Chair Lady, the vision of the Ministry of TIAT is to revitalize and enhance the overall experience and appeal of the capital. The recent town hall meeting held served an important platform to engage residents, business owners, and other stakeholders. The objective was to gather input that would help shape the final master plan for the area. During the meeting, several suggestions were made by participants, ranging from infrastructural improvement to aesthetic enhancement. However, it is important to note that these suggestions were not formal decisions or commitments, but rather insights for further exploration. The finalization of the master plan is necessary before any concrete implementation steps can be outlined or costed. With respect to the specific matter of replacing the existing bricks with the asphalt and addressing the drainage system, this component falls under the technical domain of the Ministry of ROMI, and in recognition of this, the Ministry of TIAT ensure that the respective representative from the ministry was also present during the town hall meeting to ensure the concerns directly and provide guidance on the infrastructure aspect raised. So the successful execution of this beautification project is inherently interministerial. While TIAT is leading the engagement and conceptual development phase, collaboration with ROMI will be essential to execute the technical and civil engineering aspect of the project. Accordingly, this initiative will require joint planning, budgeting, and implementation efforts between both ministries. As for the financial implication, given that discussions are still ongoing and the master plan is not yet finalized, the associated infrastructural work, such as draining, are not currently reflected in the 2025 budget. It is anticipated that once the master plan is completed and thoroughly assessed, actionable items required ROMI's involvement while hopefully considering the budget cycle for 2026 and beyond. Next question. A beautification project was mentioned for town, but nothing was mentioned about the monuments in town. 60% of the monuments listed can be located in Phillipsburg area, and nothing of the sort was mentioned in the presentation of the Phillipsburg beautification project. What role does the monument play in the Phillipsburg beautification project? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, thank you, MP, for the observation. The role of our monuments is indeed important, and their preservations will be considered as part of the broader beautification efforts. Protecting our cultural heritage remain a key priority, and as the master plan continues to evolve, monument enhancement will become an essential element within our complete revitalization strategy despite the final design remaining under development. Final question posed by MP York. The Clamla Baker Square is slated to be funded and getting a facelift by Windward Island Bank. Seeing that there is still no plans for the location of the old government, the Clamla Baker Square goes hand in hand with that and it pertains to the master plan. What is the plan for the location where the old government building reside, and how does that correlate with the construction and revitalization ideas for the Clamla Baker Square? During the town hall session, the designer indicated strong community interest in potential public-private partnership for enhancing areas such as the Clamla Baker Square. However, it is important to note that the beautification master plan is just that, a plan. The execution of any enhancement will be carefully aligned with the overall vision of the area, ensuring that both the square and old government building will be developed in harmony. Next, we have a question posed by MP Artwell Arian. Can we get a total amount of consultants per cabinet and ministers and the budget post amounts per? Also the total value of those contracts. Currently, we have one external consultant for a total of 23,779 guilders. Can the minister provide a total travel expense of the last 6 months per minister and per cabinet, both items? Did any go sorry. Did any go over budget? If so, what amendments were made to supplement them? If amendments were made to supplement these travels, which line items were used and which departments were affected? A total of 54,878 was spent to travel for the minister, with a total of 4,878 being covered under the budget post 80-43499, general. This is all guilders, yes. General goods and services, and a total of 43,763 guilders for the cabinet. Next questions posed by MP Janssen, Veronica Janssen Webster. Permits, does the minister see these generated in revenues? Why is that? Is that because of the backlog or the cancellation? Thank you for that question, MP. The Ministry of TIAT does not oversee or manage the revenue collected from licenses issues. The information falls under the responsibility of the Ministry of Finance and can be requested through the appropriate channels. That said, though, we acknowledge the challenges that have existed within the license process, including backlogs that may have contributed to delays, and the department is working diligently to address these issues. Our focus remains on improving the system to make it a more transparent, efficient, and accessible for the business community. And in the coming month, the ministry will share an update on the concrete steps being taken to streamline and process and improve service delivery. Next question posed by MP Roseberg. Soul Beach. The MP wanted to receive clarity regarding the monies used and what was the amount used and from which budget post it was used. The international artists, then their costs, and what was the price connected with these artists, and after the after party on the French side, why was it organized on the French side, and can the ministry provide full detailed numbers and the cost total? So MP, through you, Madam Chair Lady, we cannot provide a complete response to this question at this point. We will await the respective reports from the promoters. What I can say, I have said before, and that's during the press briefing, that the promoters stated that at least $525,000 was spent locally. In regards to the event on the French side, it was made mention that said entities were the ones that the promoters. It was mentioned that said entities were the ones that the promoters could come to an agreement with, and given the time frame and their required needs. So mention has been made of other businesses on the Dutch side and that expressed willingness to work with the promoter and should should the event return in 2026. Did we find an answer? Bear with me 1 minute, Madam Chair Lady.
Minister?
Yes, found it, yes.
Minister?
I wanted to go back, sorry.
What I'll do now, I'll take a pending break and allow you not only to catch yourself in the answering, but also to look up whatever other question. Just a brief break.
I just have your questions, and then I wanted to go back to MP Duran's question. and
Oh,
I'm
okay,
done.
so you're that
Yeah,
far
I'm
in
far.
your presentation?
Yep.
Okay, good. No, then let's finish that. Let's allow you to finish
And
the
where's mine?
answers then, Minister. You need a minute to
Yes, I'm
caucus
good.
on that, or you?
No, I
okay.
wanted to go back because
Minister.
Through you, Madam Chair Lady, the question from MP Rosebrook prompted me to go back to the one from MP Duran, where he stated that the individual, that the promoter asked for 30% of their profit and was talking about being, funds being used to subsidize not properly marketed, but that he stated that the business owner was exploited. So I wanted to answer, and I think it will clarify also the one for MP Roseburg, that I appreciate the concern and the opportunity to clarify this. Let me begin by stating clearly that the ministry does not participate in or influence private contractual agreements between event promoters and local businesses. These agreements are negotiated independently, and government funds are not tied to, nor do they condition or have any such agreements. So in the business world, revenue sharing models are not uncommon, particularly large-scale events which both parties seek to benefit from increased exposure and economic activity. However, when expectations on other sides do not align, whether due to financial terms or operational requirements, these negotiations can fall through. That is not exploitation. It is unfortunately the reality. It is unfortunate. It is unfortunate reality of business dealing where both parties must agree in order to move forward. To characterize such situation as extortion is a serious assertion, and to our knowledge, no formal complaint or evidence have been presented to support such a claim. That said, the ministry remains committed to fostering fair and transparent practices within the tourism and event landscape. We recognize that for events of this scale to succeed and have the intended economic impact, mutual respect and cooperation between organizers and local stakeholders are essential. We continue to engage with partners and stakeholders to ensure that all these businesses, large and small, feel empowered to participate in the opportunities on terms that are fair, responsible, and ultimately beneficial. So speaking from a, so the events that occurred on the friend side were between the businesses and the promoter itself. The promoter, how it works in this industry, the promoter, they bring the talent, they bring the people, and of course you have negotiations when you do this, when you have host events at a specific place. Next, last questions posed by MP Westcott Williams. MP requested to provide an update on answers given to herself and her faction members in the answers of the CC for first budget 2025. Several of those answers refer to things being updated and reports being expected. So MP wants to know where are we right now as per the answers given to the CC questions, the CC. And if there are several sorts of commitments made to questions asked in the first debate budget of 2025. So through you, well, for you, Chair Lady, in regards to the questions posed and answers during the CC, the first budget 2025, as reviewed in the attached document, I can confirm the following. Was the gambling legislation finalized? No, not yet, but will be completed in 2025. Has the business case of the gambling authority started and by whom? Yes, it has started and is ongoing, and it is conducted by an entity named GLI. Any progress and announcement agreement with SCDF going forward? Within a week, Carnival being over, We sat down with the representatives of SCDF to discuss the festival and its activity. And this year, the activities this year alongside the agreement, and we are currently in further discussion on the draft agreement. Then provide updates on initiatives such as establishments of St. Maarten Tourism Authority and the development of the Tourism Master Plan and carrying capacity. We are currently in the stages where an advice is being circulated to allow for the foundation to draft the legislation for the ZBO and develop a new tourism master plan. And then the ministry is also diligently working on plans to express above. More details on the respective reports plans will be forthcoming. Carrying capacity study, I mentioned earlier that we now are waiting on the proposal for that. And yes, I think I covered the three things that MP wanted. If not, MP will let me know. And then last question from the MP. MP requests an update in some cases to answer to where matters stand with motions approved during the handling of the budget in the first instance. So the motion pertains to the following: the Met Civil Aviation. So as it relates to the motion regarding the Met Civil Aviation building, we are currently processing the acquisition of the necessary land rights through the notary. And you know, sometimes with the notary, it takes some time. And the drawing for the new building are being gathered and will soon be submitted to the relevant authorities for assessment, which will enable us to begin the process of evaluating the overall project costs to determine if any surplus will remain. With regards to the ambassador program, the STB conducted conducted meetings to discuss the plan of approach for the ambassador program, as well as the opportunities to enhance our sports tourism. And there's one more. Then MP requests if there's any update to be given on the issue of signage. Who is responsible? Who gives the permit? Is it just the regular TIAT permit, which when it comes to the area outside of the airport fence, is that the airport's responsibility to decide which and how signage can go? Okay, so the responsibility of issuing permits for sign resorts under the Ministry of Justice, specifically if I'm not mistaken, KPSM, and the legal basis is APK, Algemeen Politie Keur. STB is in collaboration with the Department of ROMI, is working on a broader directional signage project. But in essence, too, Madam Chair Lady, it is something that the Ministry of ROMI and the Ministry of Justice and we would have to sit down and discuss further how we go about putting up signages all over the, just like that. Because you made mention on the questions with the signage across the airport, that's on private property too. So that's that is something we need to, I think, maybe sit down together and
Minister,
have
just an explanation there. I meant on the side of the airport, outside of the fence of the airport, those signs and...
Opposite?
No, not opposite, outside of the fence.
Oh, it's still Apika. Then that's still up, that goes with
Those are the ones I'm
yes.
referring to as recent
those.
ones are
Okay.
going up there.
Okay. Okay.
Thank Minister.
That's it.
And that was it. Minister, thank you for those answers provided. Before going over to offering members of Parliament the opportunity to ask any clarity on answers given, I am going to adjourn until 10 minutes past 6. Come back to see which members would want to make use of the opportunity to ask anything additional or for anything to be clarified. And then based on that listing, I'll decide where the supper break will come into play. So for right now, I am going to adjourn until 10 minutes past 6. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, members of Parliament. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. And we are still in our Central Committee meeting handling the draft budget 2025. In our presence at this moment, responding to questions by members of Parliament, is the Minister of TIAT, Minister Grisha Martin, who has provided her answers to questions asked regarding the ministry. And now we have the opportunity for members of Parliament who wish a follow-up, who wish to ask for something to be clarified or pose a question that they might have overlooked in first instance. The first member of Parliament to address the minister is MP Labega. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to the Kafir, fellow colleagues, everybody home that's listening. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the minister on the graduation of her son, who graduated from college. I know that's a proud moment for everyone in the family. That being said, I also like you for making the time to make sure you are back here to answer the questions, which also shows that your dedication to answering the questions in person and being accountable to the people of St. Maarten. To you, Madam Chair, the minister made mention of the Soul Beach situation, and she found that it was sufficiently marketed. But I know that it was only about 5 or 6 months that we actually had, if I'm not mistaken, 5 months to market the event on such a grand scale. My question is to you, Madam Chair, given the opportunity to have a full year, how do you see those projections if we had a full year without disturbance to market an event like that? What do you see that event coming up to? Also, through you, Madam Chair, I would also like to see the plans for the Clem Labega Square. Thank you, Mr. York, MP York, for asking that question. So I would like to also see the beautification of what we have planned for the Clem Labega Square. And I will make sure I run those answers, those visuals by him first to make sure that he approves. That would be all for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Labega. The next MP up to speak is MP Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening to the Honorable Minister of TIAT. It's a delight to have you in the building. I know you came straight off a flight, and that is what you call dedication. So, Madam Chair, through you, the Minister of TIAT stated pertaining to the marketplace, you're waiting on the building permit. Because I asked specifically, what is the holdup? Is it something pertaining to VROMI? I didn't get a clear indication or clear answer. And Madam Chair, you know, the Minister of TIAT is trying to be a team player and doesn't want to throw anyone under the bus. But if you don't throw anyone under the bus, then you have to take the responsibility of the actions that is happening. And what it looks like, the Minister of TIAT came into office, caught steam, was moving, and all of a sudden it's halt. And it looks like the Minister of TIAT is playing with the emotions of the people at the marketplace with a groundbreaking where everyone was there smiling. And for months and months and months, we are asking. And Budget Amendment 2024, the Minister of TIAT told me, within 2 weeks, work will commence. And then we asked again, and the Minister of TIAT told me through you, Madam Chair, within a couple of weeks, work will commence, and work is not commencing. And I feel like as a member of Parliament, I'm not getting a clear answer, because when I have to hear members calling in radio station and this one blaming this one, I feel like, where are we going? We're playing tag with it. And I said yesterday, Minister of TIAT, and I used a quote from someone that says, stand with your team and not against it. And I said to you, Minister of TIAT, your team, no one seems to be standing with, especially when it relates to Soul Beach, through you, Madam Chair. And I asked the question, if it was full, would everyone wash their hands with it? But I see that you are confident. You have stated today that you are proud of what you accomplished through Soul Beach, what St. Maarten accomplished through Soul Beach. And I state that my question with Soul Beach is this: while not against any aspect of it, the funds, I am getting the impression that something was not done right as it pertains to funds. The Minister of TIAT does not pay. So you can write the advice, through you, Madam Chair, your staff can write the advice. At the end of the day, the financial persons have to agree or disagree. So my question is, was the advice approved unanimously in COM? And was the advice required to be signed by the Minister of Finance? And through you, Madam Chair, I remember once the Minister of TIAT was actually willing to present to us the Zittingsjaar report on such. And then when I spoke to the Minister of Finance once about requesting Zittingsjaar, it was said that it cannot be sent. So I'm not going to ask the Finance, I'm going to ask you, Madam, through you, Madam Chair, Minister of TIAT, can you then present to us the Zittingsjaar report on the advice for Soul Beach? Let's nip this in the bud. And also I would like, just my only other thing is back to my first point, clarification and clarity on what exactly is the problem with the marketplace as it relates to the Ministry of Vromi. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Otley. The next MP to address this matter is MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, all. Good evening to the Honourable Minister of TIAT. Madam Chair, through you, just a very simple question, because the Minister of Finance mentioned that the Minister of TIAT will be answering the questions, and I don't really want to be playing a hot potato, and I think it's very unfair to be wasting my time to be able to repeating these things again. So my question is, will the Minister of TIAT be answering the questions I will pose? The Minister of Finance, for example, answered questions based from the Prime Minister. She answered questions from other ministers. When she got them, she made it clear that these questions will be answered by Minister of TIAT, and my questions were left over, and she made it clear she's not answering it. The Minister of TIAT has to answer. So just clarity.
Thank you, MP Irian. The next speaker is MP Lacruz. MP Lacruz, you have the floor.
A blessed evening, Madam Chair Lady, and a blessed evening to the Honorable Minister of TIAT and her support staff. Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Minister, I was somewhat confused when the Minister mentioned that no numbers can be given concerning taxes, because we got numbers yesterday from the Minister of Finance when it relates to room tax. So I don't know if the Minister received those numbers also. And then the Minister also made mention of Royal Caribbean not approving a design. So I'd like, through you, Madam Chair Lady, if the Minister could provide that correspondence, because while being there, that was never the case. The design was even left up to the government, not Royal Caribbean. So if the Minister could also provide that, I would highly appreciate it. Maybe it's something I missed. Then, yes, that'll be it for now, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Lacruz. The next MP up to speak is MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Through you, Madam Chair, in response to the Minister of Tourism, I'm requesting for clarification on my question regarding the MSC Cruises campaign, specifically in the allocation that's on the page 77, where it states the 90,000 was raised based on a review of 2024 national budget, particularly under the section related tourism product development. The code number is 8240. And the marketing projects where this initiative was explicitly mentioned. The campaign aims to support a cruise to stay conversation strategy in collaboration with MSC Cruises, encouraging passengers to extend their stay on the island either before or after their cruise. As a member of Parliament, my inquiry was motivated by the need to understand the anticipated economic return on this investment, given campaign's objective to increase overnight stays and spending by cruise visitors additionally. I sought clarification on how the success and impact of this initiative are being measured and tracked, especially in the terms of actual conversion rate, visitors, expenditure, and long-term benefits to the local economy. That will be all for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. I now see MP Doran is requesting the floor. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you to the Minister for the responses provided. I do, however, have a few clarifications. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, with regards to the whole process with the marketplace, I remember stating in here, if the design changed, that means a whole new bidding process needs to take place. I heard mention of potential piles having to come into the construction equation. So therefore, the design is 100% change, and it will require a whole new bidding process. I think that it is high time that we just become a bit more transparent and you give a realistic timeline as to how we can move forward, because I think that contrary to what you mentioned, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, is not politics being played. I think that we are dealing with real-life people now, and I think they deserve some clarity. So please, if that could be provided. Again, you are the minister now, as well as Minister Gomes. You all decided to change the design, which I was vehemently against because of the timeline, but we're here now. How can we move forward? Maybe is it an option to use the old building permit to just continue and get off the ground? Because I heard the minister mention they're still waiting on architectural changes. So that means the permit hasn't even been submitted as yet. Madam Chair, through you, my other clarification, I just want to be very, very clear. I love the idea of Soul Beach. I love the manner in which the minister is always thinking on different ways and means to generate funds. So I'm no way, no shape, form, or fashion against Soul Beach. I went to Soul Beach, actually, and I had a good time by the Charlie Wilson show. So there's nothing against the Soul Beach. I do, however, have an issue, a fundamental issue in the way the process was handled in terms of the finances and not being budgeted, and every continuous law being broken after that. And to be honest, Madam Chair, I think I would have never found myself here defending the Minister of TIAT, but I do have an issue with the fact that, in my opinion, her colleague is throwing her under the bus continuously. The reason why I say that is because I was a minister, and Minister Arian came and answered questions for me all the time. I asked a financial question yesterday about Soul Beach. I was told, I ain't answering nothing about Soul Beach. They skip at least 15 questions that MP Arian asked, because the Minister of TIAT have to come. Now the Minister of TIAT is here. No response was given. I find that quite unfortunate, because indeed, as MP Otley mentioned, if you're part of the team, you're part of the team. And that's not happening right now. Nevertheless, Madam Chair, I would also like to request the NDA that was mentioned in the previous meetings. Hence the reason we couldn't have a Soul Beach meeting, because it was a particular NDA that certain information couldn't be divulged. Soul Beach has come and Soul Beach is gone. Can that be provided, please? I also took note of the fact that the SER is going to do the entire economic picture. I would like to know if there's a particular timeline to that based on their workload, based on all the different laws that they have to evaluate, and in what lineup is that based on their workload? How long will it take? Madam Chair, with regards to the local business, that in my opinion, I'm going to use the word extort, exploit, however you want to put it. I have an issue with the fact that government funds, public funds, went into subsidizing an entity, a foreign entity, yet the same entity is going to exploit local companies. If the idea is to generate funds for local companies and boost the economy, which I believe, based on what the minister has mentioned over and over, is the idea behind all of this, then I do have an issue with the fact that they are even trying to exploit others. And the minister mentioned, yes, it's a private company, they are allowed to do business with who they want. Yes, indeed. But the private company is here on the government's invitation based on the government's bill. So how is it then that they can go to the French side and the French side hasn't even contributed? So if my question wasn't clear, I would like to just emphasize that this is the clarity that I seek in that regard. And Madam Chair, to close, in the beginning of this whole Soul Beach saga, we made our concerns clear. It was not being properly promoted in our opinion. We see the results based on the turnout. And I like to go to a quote. If you get on the wrong train, be sure to get off at the first stop, because the longer you stay on the train, the more expensive the trip becomes. And here we are now dealing with the expense of this trip. I look forward to get the numbers based on the profits. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Doran. That, Minister, seems to be the additional questions or comments that members had with respect to your answers. But before I do that, I give the floor to MP Myers. MP Myers, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was sleeping at the switch there. I just have one question. I want to know what did the Soul Beach organizers pay to the government of Aruba while they were there, and how long did the Soul Beach festival event happen in Aruba? So how many years they were in Aruba, and how much did they pay to be in the beautiful island of Aruba?
Thank you, MP Myers. Thank you, MP Myers. Our technician is dealing with what is on the screen right now, the camera at least. And I was saying, Minister, these are the additional questions and queries from members of Parliament. Is there any need? Okay, let me allow you to respond. Let me allow you to respond, Minister of TIAT, yes, and give your comments. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Just a clarification through you to MP Arian. Is the questions that was posed, can the MP maybe send them directly to me? I don't mind responding to them as well. And I know we're going to be taking a break soon. I'm not sure.
Yes.
So I think I will be able to respond right after the break.
Okay. So, Minister, thank you. These questions, MP Aaron, your questions were forwarded to the Secretariat as well already, or that hasn't happened yet? Okay, you'll have that confirmed whether they were done, because, Minister, all questions were supposed or are supposed, they'll still come to all members of the COM so that they can also be coordinated. But you have not received those yet, but members of Parliament, remember the request from our Secretariat that the questions can also be submitted in writing to the Secretariat in order to facilitate, one, the compiling of the report of the Central Committee as well as government's answer, which needs to be in the entire part of the entire reporting. So, but in any case, members of Parliament, we are now going to adjourn until 7 p.m. There are several ministers, in addition to the Minister of TIAT, who are ready to come back and give their final comments and answers. But you will hear of that particular lineup at 7 p.m. Meeting adjourned until 7 p.m.
talk the longest.
Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to the members of Parliament and those who are still tuned in with us. Welcome back to the continuation of Central Committee meeting number 22. Central Committee meeting handling the draft budget 2025. We are sort of rounding down to the finalization of the sessions in the Central Committee regarding the budget. We have had, of course, the introductory comments on the budget. We have had questions from members of Parliament to all the ministries. We have had ministers come in to respond to these questions. Some additional questions were posed, and we're actually in that phase right now as the ministers now are responding to those sort of final questions in Central Committee context. And the one to do that at this time, the minister to do that at this time is the Minister of VSA, Minister Richnel Brug, who will respond to the questions which answers were put off until today to be provided to members of the Parliament. Minister Brug, to you and your support staff, welcome to Parliament, and I immediately give you the floor to respond to the questions. Minister Brug.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good evening, honorable members of Parliament, support staff, persons sitting in the tribune, people of St. Maarten listening through the different media outlets. I will now start by answering the question. I will start immediately with the question posed by MP Irian. The question on travel was very specific. The travel budget, the travel expense, if you went over the travel expenses, by how much, and if you had to amend, where were the monies taken from to cover the cost? MP Irian, the travel budget for my person and that of my cabinet has not been used. In other words, my expense so far for traveling is zero. Second question, with regard to the legal budget post, the minister mentioned having his legal staff for an amount of 129,000 guilders. The minister also stated that this same budget post is being used to pay other businesses and individuals. Are you then using this budget post to pay other legal professionals and businesses? Since it is a legal budget post, is it being used exclusively for legal payments, advice, and related services? The minister also mentioned that there is no consultancy budget post. However, the Member of Parliament is certain that such a budget line existed in the past. Is there no longer a specific line item or budget allocated for consultants? Honorable Member of Parliament, yes. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I am using what the Member of Parliament refers to as the legal budget post to pay other consultants as well. As the Member of Parliament is aware, this budget post is called legal and other expert advice, meaning this budget post can be used for legal and other expert advice. As it relates to the budget post of third-party personnel, for my cabinet, for 2025, this is zero. Following question. The minister mentioned a white paper in response to the question posed by Member of Parliament Westcott Williams. what is the formal basis and ministerial responsibility for executing the white paper referred to by the minister, including any cost involved, and how will its outcome affect the ongoing cannabis project, consultations, and existing contracts. The white paper is one of many ways this Council of Ministers is ensuring that all ministries are aligned as it relates to their position on the cannabis draft legislation. In addition, this white paper also serves to ensure that the roles and responsibilities of all ministries as it relates to the cannabis legislation is known and considered by all parties. At this point in time, the white paper does not affect the ongoing project. Question 4. Has the ministry conducted checks to ensure that all individuals and entities, included subcontractors working on the FinZo's site, are legally operating and compliant with tax and social premium obligations, especially given the significant public funding involved? Response. Informational meetings were held with FinZo to outline the relevant legislations and requirements. The ministry actively reviews documentations submitted by FinZos to ensure they are in compliance to the regulations. As minister, I have also held a meeting with FinZo representatives at the start of this year, emphasizing the importance of FinZo adhering to the labor laws and policies. In addition, the labor inspection team conducted an inspection on the FinZo site early this year. During this inspection, the site was found in compliance with the applicable labor laws and regulation. The company at that time could demonstrate that all workers on the site were covered by insurance per the legal requirements. FinZo is also aware that additional follow-up visits are to be expected throughout this year to ensure ongoing compliance. As it relates to the premiums, FinZo is in compliance. Question 5. Has SZV asked for any increase in the OZR payments? How much? And has any payment been made? If not, why not? And if the plan is to pay, when? Response. Yes. SZV requested an increase from 5.2 million guilders to 6 million guilders. The government intends to give the requested budgeted amount of 6 million guilders starting June 2025. The higher increase that was not paid at the beginning of the year will be paid in several installments. Following question, question 6. The issue regarding the taxi drivers. Why can't the uninsured taxi drivers set up their own foundation and use the same model with agreements and full cost coverage to gain medical insurance coverage in the interim instead of waiting on the SAHA legislation and creating unequal treatment? Response. Based on the information received from SZV, there is indeed a pilot project with one taxi association. The pilot project, however, has not been extended to other entities because it is not considered the appropriate solution for providing coverage for the taxi drivers due to a number of challenges encountered with this pilot. Question 7. can an update be provided on SZV in terms of the CEO position? Where are we with that? I believe the director is leaving in October. How many candidates are there? Where are we in that process? A total of 14 candidates submitted applications in response to the advertisements for the SZV CEO position. Following an initial assessment, 6 candidates were selected for the first round of interviews. From that group, 4 candidates advanced to the assessment phase and subsequently proceeded to the second round of interview. These second interviews have been completed, and we are currently awaiting the final report from the recruitment firm. The Supervisory Council anticipates receiving this final report shortly, after which the next step in the selection process will continue. Question 8. Regarding OZR, the Minister of Finance indicated that the first quarter, when looking at the actuals versus the budgeted amount, 20 million guilders have been made, more than estimated. Have you gone to the Ministry of Finance to get the funds needed to supplement or make payments owed to SZV in the backlogs? If we have this extra money, I can't imagine why we have all these backlogs in terms of payments. Response. As indicated previously, the government has increased the payment of 5.2 million guilders to 6 million guilders. These increased payments of 6 million guilders will commence starting June 2025. The higher increase was not paid at the beginning of the year, but will be paid in several installments moving forward. Question number 9. It was also understood that this government is working on the civil servants' contribution. A reason for the backlog is the possible 10% that does not come from government's side. So can I get an update on that? Is it true that you are working on finalizing the civil servants' contributions in terms of OZR? No. Honorable Member of Parliament, through you, Madam Chair Lady, this is not true. The calculations have shown that the cost to regulate this would be more than the financial gain it could produce. Question 10. Were you updated on the SZV maintenance plan that SZV had? Can you confirm that SZV submitted such a plan to your government as they did to the government during MP's Arian term as minister? What has happened with that plan? And were you ever updated on it? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, yes, I am aware of the plan. SZV is in negotiation with the Honorable Prime Minister to come up with a new structure for the government building regarding maintenance. Various proposals were sent to the Honorable Prime Minister for further consideration. Question 11. Can you get confirmation from SZV about the loan that exists? And have you had any discussion with the Minister of Finance or the Ministry of General Affairs regarding plans to eliminate the interest rate? Can you also confirm with SZV if there were any plans or recommendations to eliminate this loan? Response. SZV has indicated that they do not have a loan. However, they are currently paying interest on a negative balance on the bank account meant for OZR payment. the negative balance is a result of structural OZR underpayment. SZV has indicated that once the negative balance is cleared, there will no longer be interest payments. Those were all the questions for the Honorable Member of Parliament, Irian. I will now go over to the answering the questions of the Honorable Member of Parliament, York. First question. Can the minister clarify whether the fine to be levied for expired goods found in stores will be issued per infraction or per expired item, and provide an update on the status of this enforcement measure? Member of Parliament, through you, Madam Chair Lady, thank you for this question. Currently, Inspectorate VSA is finalizing the process of issuing administrative fine. The intention is that these fines will be given per infraction and not necessarily per item. Question number 2. Communication with the NRPB as it pertains to mental health institution and the construction of it. Can the minister explain why he is still not in possession of the master schedule for the mental health institution project, and how he was able to provide definitive answers to Parliament about facilities planned components despite preliminary designs meeting only taking place recently? Member of Parliament, during a recent meeting with NRPB project manager, it was confirmed that a detailed schedule would be shared with the ministry as early as next week. I have instructed NRPB to expedite this project. The schedule is undergoing final revision by NRPB and will be presented to the Ministry of VSA shortly for internal review and oversight. This schedule is the set master schedule. This is not continuously being updated, or that is not continuously being updated. While the contract with the design firm was signed on April 15, approximately 4 months behind schedule, extensive pre-contract consultations with key stakeholders, including Mental Health Foundation, took place. The design team has since engaged relevant regulatory bodies, including VROMI, the Fire Department, and GEB, to ensure compliance with local building standards. Question 3. Going back on the labor issue, can the minister elaborate on what concrete steps are being taken to address identified labor gaps, and how the ministry is ensuring that individuals facing labor issues have adequate representation and support beyond being referred to the courts? Without knowing which specific gaps the Member of Parliament is alluding to, I can only indicate what the ministry is currently doing, which is to continue build awareness and inform both workers and employers of their rights and responsibilities. This is being done through information sessions and workshops, both individually and in collaboration with unions. An example of such an event is the support that the ministry provided to the recently held WICSU and Y2 Labor Symposium. Alongside these sessions, the ministry is also available through a one-on-one basis to provide assistance as needed. This being said, MP, through you, Madam Chair Lady, I can assure you that a dedicated civil servant within the Department of Labor is working diligently to adjust the current outdated legislation. My legal consultant is assisting the department with this project. Furthermore, the department is also in the process of recruiting a legal worker. However, Madam Chair Lady, I am not sure if the Honorable Member of Parliament is aware that the process of legislation takes at least 2 years. Question 4. MP asks for data on the prevalence of female reproductive health conditions. And to hear those numbers are not readily available, he questions how serious St. Maarten, not just the ministry, takes these issues. So MP would like to know what are the concrete plans on the ministry, or does the ministry have plans to address these issues with the medical center? Madam Chair Lady, the data on the prevalence of female reproductive health conditions is not structurally collected by the Public Health Department. This type of information, which is collected by GPs, OBGYNs, and the St. Maarten Medical Centers, can be made available when requested. I must say that a number of medical professions have reached out to me indicating that they are not in agreement with the statement you made. Following question, question 5. Can the Minister of VSR provide a list of revenue-generating initiatives from the ministry, similar to the list of projects previously presented that require funding and time to implement? As indicated in my answers yesterday, the adjustment on the labor legislation and the tools the inspectorate needs to be able to properly do their job, that is what my ministry is working on. Madam Chair Lady, I hope that the Member of Parliament understands that the time it takes to amend legislation, which is at least 2 years. So to think that this can be done in 6 months is simply unrealistic. However, I encourage the Member of Parliament through this honorable body to propose legal amendments, as this is the legislative branch of Country St. Maarten. Those were all the questions for the Honorable Member of Parliament, MP York. I will now go over to answering the questions of MP Jansen Webster. MP Jansen Webster. First question. Can the minister clarify the statement about saving 100,000 Caribbean guilders on travel by not attending the ILO conference by providing the actual cost, delegation size, and duration of stay for the 2023 and 2024 ILO attendees, so we can understand what the 100,000 guilders saving specifically refers to? Madam Chair Lady, based on draft approved advice, in 2023, a delegation of 7 individuals traveled to Geneva for the ILO conference. In 2023, for a total of 8 and 9 days. The total costs were $107,705 guilders and 48 cents. In 2024, the delegation consisted of 6 persons for a total of 8 days. The total drafted amount was 61,534 guilders. That was the answer. Those were the answers for MP Jansen Webster. I will now go over to the answering the questions of MP Otley. First question. Given SZV's ongoing financial losses and its crucial role in providing health care to the majority of the population, can the minister outline what new and concrete measures have been introduced during his term to stabilize and safeguard SZV's operation? One moment, please. Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for that pause. The ministry and I remain committed to doing everything in the legal framework to ensure that, that there is no collapse and continue to push forward everything that was left behind that is in the best interest of the country when it comes to dealing with the SZV losses. In addition to that, I have also requested that SZV also continue and starts to put forward the SZV B1 project in order to ensure also that that would assist with the current losses being suffered by SZV. Following question. Can the minister clarify the current status of the urgency of SAHA and what the exact concrete steps will be to move the process forward? Honorable Member of Parliament, through you, Madam Chair Lady, the urgency remains the same. However, our laws are put in place to ensure proper checks and balance. As such, we are going through the legal process as quickly as possible. And as stated in my closing remark, or in my remark in the last meeting, is that even the SARE understands the importance of this, that they have also organized extra meetings in order that we can get their advice or the response on the legislation as soon as possible. Question number 3. Another MP asked the question, when will it be implemented? The answer was, it will be implemented a year after Parliament approves, but no timeline was presented. When the Member of Parliament was there as minister, he had to give the timelines. So, what is the projected timeline? Madam Chair Lady, through you, as stated in the answers earlier, the intention of this ministry at this current time is to make sure that the draft legislation reaches Parliament prior to December 2025 in order that it can be debated and approved. That is the intention of the ministry. The reason for this is that once it is debated and approved in Parliament prior to December 2025, it means that it gives SZV enough time in order for them to make preparation for the implementation of the law, which usually only starts in the beginning of every calendar year. Madam Chair Lady, I hope that this explanation brings more clarity with regard to the timeline. Question number 4, health levy. Given that the health levy was designed to alleviate the financial burden of SZV, can the minister clarify whether this government intends to continue or expand on this measure, as such as raising the OZR fees, and how responsible for its and how responsibilities for its implementations are being shared among the ministries of VSI, Finance, and Justice. On this point, I would like to agree to disagree. As stated yesterday in my closing remark, I am here to work for the people of St. Maarten. It really does not matter who takes the lead. What matters is the content of the law and the fact that SZV was, still is, and will remain the beneficiary of the draft law. Question number 5. Question number 5. Minister, have you read the law? And has the essence of the law changed? And I see the minister shaking his head that it has not changed. So then the minister own it and ensure that you save SZV. Honorable Member of Parliament, through you, Madam Chair Lady, it is correct that the essence of the law has not changed. And as I stated in my previous statement, that this law have been passed on to the Minister of Finance, to the Ministry of Finance, for them to continue with it. And again, it doesn't matter who's taking the lead. The bottom line remains the same. SZV was, still is, and will remain the beneficiary of this draft law. Question 6. Can the minister clarify why the master plan for the mental health project is still not in his possession, and whether he has formally requested it? The Honourable Member of Parliament advises for the minister to request the master plan via the Prime Minister, given the urgency of the national importance of the project. I do recognize the urgency, and given the meetings that were held, the master plan should be in my possession by next week. Following question: can the minister clarify the current status and urgency of the SZV 1B legislation for sole proprietors and explain what steps are being taken to legally resolve the situation, especially considering that SZV...
Minister, I need to ask your indulgence for a moment just to understand what point MP Otley would want to make at this time. MP Otley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was just patiently waiting for the master plan answer. So now, with your indulgence, I would request that all the rest answers just be sent to me in writing. You don't have to continue anymore when it comes to my answers.
That was it?
That was it?
Okay. Oh. So we are getting places. So that would have been your comment, MP Otley. You're saying, okay, Minister, so with the answer regarding the master plan, but then you said that you were at the end of MP Otley's questions. Correct. Okay. And Minister, then I would invite you to continue with the answers.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That was the ending in total. Yeah. That was the complete ending. Yeah, of course, the next speaker. Yes. Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you, Honourable Member of Parliament Otley, for giving me that opportunity to send the rest in writing.
We're getting understanding here, I hope, with respect to these answers being given, provided in writing. I don't know if MP La Cruz wishes to make a similar comment. MP La Cruz, your comment is?
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, yes, I will allow the minister to send his answers in writing, but and I know that it would be impossible to receive the answers in the next couple of days concerning the letter that MP Duran and myself sent, because there was a mistake and you did not receive it until today. I did send it to you personally, but it did not come through the official route as yet, so I will understand and accept that from the minister. And if the minister could just repeat that answer one more time for me, Madam Chair Lady, the answer concerning how much he spent for travel. I'd like to hear that one more time, please. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Just one. Just 1 minute, MP La Cruz. Let's get something straight first. Members of Parliament, ministers, of course, the questions that have been answered and the questions that have been asked and the answers that have been given in the context of the draft budget 2025, all of these need to be recorded in the report from Parliament, and then responded to by the report of government. So we're going to get these answers in writing, and we need that whole report before we'll start the public meeting. That's one. So if members are saying that the minister can, the answers that he have, just include them in the written report that comes from the government, then that can be asked like MP Otley did and MP La Cruz is saying, and then MP La Cruz made a very specific mention, but that letter though is outside of the context of these. No, it's not. Or you ask the question separately and you send the minister a letter as well, but you ask them in this meeting as well. Okay, good. So then they would pertain to the procedure for the budget's handling and would have to be answered as well in your report, Minister, because they were asked in the meeting here. Okay, so if we got that understanding. So that's where MP La Cruz questions are concerned. Who else do you have, Minister?
Oh, MP Waiver is next.
MP Waiver is next. Yes. Okay.
But before I go to MP Waiver, I would like to make just one comment.
Sure.
With regard to the initial draft, with the proposal with regard to the food safety project that is being proposed by MP Duran and the Honorable MP La Cruz, I would just like to state that I am in full support of it and look forward for us meeting in order to move that project forward. So I just wanted to make that statement on the floor of Parliament that I do appreciate and looking forward to working together.
Fair enough. I'm sure MP La Cruz will be extremely happy, as he has been asking of ministers to be able to sit with them and give his proposals to move things forward. So I'm sure he's very appreciative of that from you, Minister. So with that said, then we have, I see MP York, you wanted the floor too, because it seemed to be as if we will effectively deal with the... No? Oh, MP York does not want the floor. So, Minister, let's see what you have left to answer, because then really we have some other ministers lined up. If we can deal with them in the same way, then you have MP Waiver. How many questions?
I have MP Waiver and MP Duran. And I also have...
one or two from MP Westcott.
I have MP Westcott, but of course I answered those in the
Okay, let's start with MP Waiver, and then if I get a sign from MP Waiver that you can continue with them in writing, or you're saying that already, MP Waiver? No, I'd like to hear. Okay, MP Waiver would like to hear his answer, so let's start with that, and then we see. Minister, you may continue.
Yes, thank you very much. Following question by MP Waiver. MP Waiver asks the following question. Can the ministry clarify the government's role in decision-making regarding the selection of contractors and designers, such as the choice to exclude local architects in major projects like the Mental Health Foundation building? And how balanced of authority between NRPB, the World Bank, and government is maintained. Madam Chair Lady, I am answering this question. I'm answering the question both posed, and because this was also included by MP Duran, regarding this topic. I wholeheartedly support the sentiments of both MPs. Since becoming minister, I have taken action to ensure that more locals can get involved and get a subcontract through the World Bank and NRPB projects. After being sworn in, I sent a letter to the director of the NRPB highlighting the current concerns with the way the NRPB is awarding contracts, the way NRPB awarding contracts are drafted, requesting a change that could guarantee that locals will be allowed to get an opportunity to participate in these projects through mandatory subcontracting. The procurement process adheres to the World Bank's guidelines, which requires open international tendering. However, concerns regarding local participation and transparency have been raised with NRPB and World Bank. The ministry is advocating for improved visibility and accessibility for local firms in the future tenders. Personally, I have been in different meetings with the World Bank representatives in the past 2 weeks, discussing issues just like this. And next week, these meetings will continue. During my mental health mission last week, with NRPB and World Bank, I once again reiterated my position as Minister of Labor on this matter. All parties agreed that moving forward, it is important to guarantee a percentage of local subcontracting. I must also note that based on the press release put out last week by the director of the NRPB, that I expect that changes will come as it relates to additional consideration for local employment's possibility. That was the question and answer for the honorable member, MP Waiver. Following question for MP Duran. Okay. Okay. Correct. Okay then. Madam Chair Lady, with regard to the question from MP Duran, I have answered it, the first part, with regard to when I answered MP Waiver's question, and with regard to the second part, with the list of questions that MP Duran stated, it was stated that I could have sent it in writing so that I could have sent it in writing the answers for those particular questions. Same questions that MP LaCruz was talking about. Yeah? All right. I will now move on to the last MP, MP Westcott Williams. Regarding the approach of cannabis legislation, could we receive some intention behind a white paper while all other parts are moving in this context? As stated earlier, the white paper is one of the many ways the Council of Ministers is ensuring that all ministries are aligned as it relates to their position on the cannabis legislation, considering the impact that this legislation has across all ministries. It also serves to ensure that the roles and responsibilities of all ministries as it relates to the cannabis are clear. Following question: can the minister clarify the status of the one-bay legislation, whether the delay is due to unavailability of a draftman, and explain why it has not yet been drafted despite the urgency emphasized during the advancement of SAHA? The draft legislation was indeed in its final phase when the process was halted due to the lack of draftmen. As indicated earlier, I am very much aware of the urgency and the need of this ordinance. This is why in March, I instructed SZV to restart the recruitment process and widen the search for potential legal draftmen in order to finalize this ordinance. Today, I'm happy to report that someone has been hired to deal with another report and is currently reviewing it in order to move on with the process. Question 3. Can the minister clarify why the results of the STEP survey are not yet publicly available, and what is meant by the need to translate the data into layman's terms? Has the data such as alcohol use statistics been received, and is it undergoing scientific analysis or other processing? Madam Chair Lady, the question is actually to you. Yesterday when I was here, I stated that I was going to submit the raw data as we received it from PAHO, so that the members of parliament can see exactly what we received. Yesterday as well, we also received information that the fact sheet?
We received the fact sheet, and the final report is going to be finished. Well, the draft report is going to be finished.
That the fact sheet was received, and the fact sheet was received, and the final report will follow shortly. I have instructed the ministry to submit these documents that we have received in confidential to the members of parliament for your perusal. Okay? That I have now come to the end of all the questions and answers from the honorable members of parliament and await if there's any more clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for those answers. However, it's only in very exceptional cases at this time that we will get additional questions. If a member of parliament impresses upon me the need for him to have something or her to have something explained by you based on your answers, then that can be allowed, but there's no sort of clarification round to follow now in the Central Committee. We started out with a broad time for questions, then sort of a follow-up, and you are responding to that follow-up. So although I see that MP York, you indicated you wanted to speak to what? You want to make a statement regarding the minister's presentation, or you want to make a quick statement regarding the minister's presentation? Okay, I'll allow you to do that, MP, but just remember that it's not really, we're not in another session with the minister, with this minister. We're continuing with other ministers. So I give you the opportunity to make that brief statement before I close off this part. MP York.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence. Once again, good evening, Minister and your support staff and the listening public. Minister, I just wanted to clear up two things. It was said in the presentation that I alluded to that you had to have already came with a solution by now concerning labor gaps, et cetera, et cetera. Minister, I said nothing of the sort. It was basically me saying I would have expected a plan or an idea by now on how to tackle it, right? Not expecting you to have a 2-year or 1-year cycle already passed and legislation already made, to declare that up. The second one, about the commotion by a couple professionals yesterday about what I said pertaining to the illnesses, the female illnesses, endometriosis, PCOS, etc. Madam Chair, at no point yesterday did I make any assertion that the SMMC is not capable or they are not working on those illnesses. I'm sure that the practitioners and all the medical professionals are duly busy with it and take it very serious. What I said, Madam Chair, yesterday is basically the sentiment that was brought to me because, Madam Chair, it will be no surprise to you, I do not have endometriosis. I do not have PCOS, right? So, as a matter of fact, we speak here often about messages coming in, and not even an hour ago, I got a message on the topic, one of dozens that I received over the last 24 hours, and it goes as such. Hey, Dee, thank you for bringing up this topic in the meeting. There are so many women with these health issues that are not being addressed or looked at on this island. These are just a few, right? And this is one of the nicest ones I could have picked out to repeat here on the mic. Minister, I'm not making this up. I am merely an elected official, and as an MP, I am the voice of the people. I am not sitting here making things up. I'm not coming with my own issues. This is the sentiment. And a lot of times people react to be heard and not to be understood, right? So when I come on this mic and I say, hey, Minister, this is the feeling of the people out there that are suffering with this issue. It is not me saying, hey, go to SMMC and give them a slap on the wrist, because that's not what I meant. But if we don't ever listen to the other side of the coin, aside from what is being done, but how people feel, we'll never come to the bottom of it. And a lot of times, yesterday as well, it was said, the ministry cannot fix the problem, it's SMMC. At the end of the day, Minister, if I asked the Minister to you, Madam Chair, yesterday for numbers on mental health, the Minister would have been able to spit them out to me, right? Right now, Are You Okay? And all the good programs the Minister has going in his ministry for mental health, the same thing can be done with these illnesses as well. So when I'm saying the ministry can take it a bit more serious, that is what I mean, because without data being readily available, there is no policy being made. With no policy, there's no priority. With no priority, there's no action. And at the end of the day, I am here in this seat to make sure and hold ministers accountable as it pertains to action, right? So it's not to step on nobody's toes, but I'm doing my job the same way the minister will be doing his job moving forward. And with that, Madam Chair, thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, MP York. To you, MP Roseberg, the same comment that I made to MP York. You have a brief comment, I want to believe? Yes. I will allow you to do that quickly.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Blessed evening to the Minister of Fayesa and his support staff, to the public in the Tribune, and my honorable members here present here tonight and the ones viewing online. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, I'm happy to hear the legislation that is currently being pushed and currently pending at the SER. In light of the ministry's co-legislative role in guiding and pushing the legislation forward, I would just like to know what concrete measures are being taken to ensure that entities such as the SER issue their advice within the 6-week term, and if the ministry is monitoring these timelines and how are delays being addressed to avoid legislative bottlenecks. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. MP Otley, to you too, the same comments in terms of you wish to make a point. I'll allow you to do so briefly.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we reached a point, at some point, you know, things have to be productive. And I think, you know, in the CC, we ask a lot of questions, and ministers come back, and we can rebuttal all day, and that's a natural thing. And for those who may not know, it has been done different this time. Everyone was allotted 60 minutes in total to talk. The chair lady has been more than generous, allowing a lot of us to go over our time, but most of us don't have no more time. With that being said, Madam Chair, I'm seeing a lot of quickly, rush this, rush that. So for me, Madam Chair, we have a whole public meeting coming up. I'll make a proposal of order, because I don't speak for the entire Parliament, but for my faction and I, we don't mind receiving the rest of the answers from the rest of the ministers in writing. So if we can put that to a vote to see what the rest of the Parliament think, and then we go to the budget meeting.
Thank you, MP Otley. Well, you know, as you said, correctly so. We're in a central committee meeting, and so it's not about putting a proposal of order or to a vote in terms of a proposal that you made or the sentiments of your faction. Nevertheless, I would want to have the brief discussion following the Minister of VSR's presence here in terms of how we move forward on the answering, because indeed it is basically to close it off after we get this round of answers, to close off the different ministries. We have a few ministers left to come in. I would really like to get as soon as possible to the point where the two secretariats can prepare this report and give the members of parliament at least a full day to peruse and make sure, to look at the report that we get. It's the answers that you have been getting. So when we say send all of them in writing, realize then that we will have to rely on the report to make sure that your questions have been answered. So that's the other side of the coin in terms of saying everything now could follow in writing. But the questions that have already been answered and the answers that were, the questions that have been answered will be in that report, those that have been presented in here. So what you will have to rely on in the report are the few final questions to every ministry, if you understand what I'm saying. And I would like to have that report completed and have at least a day in between receiving that report and starting the public meetings. That it has to be completed before the public meetings is a foregone conclusion, but I think we also need a time just to go through it and not, again, be repeating everything, but that you can assure yourself of how your questions have been answered. So with that stated, members of parliament, so let me first thank you, Minister Brugge. Let me finish with my members here first. So we would have had, following the Minister of VSA, we could have had tonight the Minister of Finance coming back, and the Minister of Finance also coming back for Justice. Minister of TIAT had indicated she could come back tonight, and then we would have only had Vromi to come back tomorrow. But if all of those ministers can be told or asked to put their final set of answers that it would have come back to do in writing, then we can reach an agreement that we will have a final report coming out of this meeting from the Parliament. Members of Parliament, your comments. The Parliament itself wants a little caucus now? Okay, we shall caucus on that. So first of all, let me give the Minister the opportunity to make his statement. Minister, you have a statement to make. Minister of VSA will make a statement before we caucus. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. To the Honourable Member of Parliament, MP York, I fully agree with you. That is why the implementation of the NCD is very much important, because it will deal with all of these prevalent critical diseases on St. Martin. So I fully agree with you, and it is something in the plan. It's about implementation of the NCD. So thank you, the NCD plan. So thank you very much for your comment. And of course, I do agree that you represent the people of St. Martin. I understand, and I applaud you for also representing those persons that don't have a voice out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for those comments. And I, in that context, just want to remind everyone of the Women's Health Conference that is going to be taking place tomorrow evening, yes, tomorrow the 12th, and at the Bel Air Community Center. I want to encourage everyone who has the opportunity, but especially the women on St. Martin, regarding all diseases that affect women and those that the focus will be on during the conference, in particular, amongst which cervical cancer, menopause issues, and the like. So with that, thank you, Minister of VSA, and I'm going to adjourn this meeting for 5 minutes. This meeting is adjourned for 5 minutes. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, this is actually good night, not even good evening anymore. And thank you for staying with us until this time, participating in the Central Committee meeting of Parliament, Central Committee meeting number 22 for the handling of the draft budget 2025. We have actually come to the end of the handling of the draft budget 2025 in the Central Committee of Parliament. This means that now a report shall be made of all of the questions posed by the different factions in Parliament, and also based on that report of questions, the government will have to respond in writing to all of those questions as well. And that final report, so report of Parliament and the answer to that report from the government, will be the basis on which we then will begin with a public meeting of Parliament to handle the draft National Ordinance Budget St. Maarten 2025. So for right now, this Central Committee meeting will consider this a final report on the draft budget and will be closed, and we will be receiving the first draft answers in writing from the government this Friday, hopefully. Peruse that quickly, and then it will be finalized by the government, and we will be preparing for the public meeting. I want to thank all of the members of Parliament for your participation during these days of discussions and deliberations on the budget 2025. I want to thank the ministers, all the support staffs for their presence and assistance. And with that, I will close this Central Committee meeting of Parliament, wishing everyone a very good night. And I hereby close this Central Committee meeting, of which the report shall be sent to the government. Meeting closed.